cover drive, so anything up in his half of the pitch, he certainly wants to throw his hands at it, and with that extra seam movement, yeah, doesn't find the middle of the bat, but got a good chunk of it.
Stifled appeal. No interest at all, though, from our Billy Taylor. He's played really well this season, hasn't he? Captain of the United States. This is a good knock in tricky conditions.
Yeah, one thing that we've seen here in Lauderhill is that you've got to make great decisions when you're out there, because the ball is doing a lot. He's used the lap at times that has just broken up the rhythm or the line and length of the bowlers, and then he's stuck to his strengths. He's accelerated nicely throughout his innings, throughout this Cognizant MLC.
It's a confident start. He'll keep the strike. It's 12 for none.
Welcome to our enchanted island. It's closer than you think. Experience the most extraordinary adventure, all in one perfect place. Visit Trinidad.
As the Stars and Stripes fly proudly the day after Independence Day, it's just so great to see the captain of the United States right on top of the Royal leading run scorers chart. Going back past Matthew Short. It's been a bit like a horse race, that, hasn't it? They've kind of all been nosing in front of each other, but lots of different leaders. Finn Allen just struggling last few games. Chadley van Schalkwyk gets us going from the pavilion end, and again Patel with aggressive running just gets home.
It's one thing that you can do well here. If you have good communication, if you run the first one hard, which is exactly what happened. So if you're smart, you can take the pace off and just hit it outside the inner circle and come back for two. That's exactly what Monak Patel has done there.
Almost exactly equidistant now in terms of leg and offside. This is from where we're watching on from the pavilion end. 220 feet, 217 feet off and leg. Worked incredibly hard on his fitness. He's very settled in his personal life now as well. Very much leading from the front. He gave an interview there recently talking about the influence that Mark Boucher has had on him as the head coach of MI New York, asking for more responsibility from him, not just to play a part role up top. Really embraced that this season.
Having been out there and had a look at the pitch, still tacky. We've had a downpour earlier today, and then just before we were supposed to do the toss, it was a little bit delayed because of a light shower. But they've done, the ground staff, to be able to get on each day, and we haven't really, apart from the one game where it was a 5-over contest, we haven't really lost any overs. So that is incredible given the amount of rain that we've seen over the last few days.
Yeah, Melton Taylor, the head curator here, this fantastic facility, was saying that it's almost a mini tornado at about 10 a.m, 11 a.m. this morning that just whipped through with not just really, really heavy rain, but heavy winds that caused all sorts of difficulties to the training pitches and the covers that they had on those. But they managed to get the main square well protected, and that has meant that we've been able to start this afternoon game of the doubleheader on time, unlike yesterday. But as a consequence, the pitch again has spent further time under the covers, just sweating a little bit. Jason Holder described it as a bit sticky, a bit tacky.
Interesting to note there that the slip has come out as well. So what that tells me is the ball isn't swinging as much, or the plan has changed. Or Van Skalkwyk.
Leading edge should be the first wicket, and is. Alex Hales takes the catch. Van Skalkwyk has 10 for the season, and it's the early blow the Knight Riders wanted.
Yeah, you could tell that Quinton de Kock was getting a little bit frustrated. He'd only faced the 3 deliveries. We're already at the back of 2 overs, and he just wanted to come out and almost counter-punch, put some pressure back on the bowlers. Tried at the last delivery. In the end, Alex Hales takes a very, very simple catch. And Van Skalkwyk is very happy as well. Quinton de Kock goes without scoring. It's 15 for 1.
This is an epic story.
Nicholas Pooran comes to the crease, the 29-year-old captain of MI New York. Big hitter of the ball, but hasn't maybe quite been at his very best this season, despite 2 very good innings. A couple of low scores in and around that, 108 not out and 62 not out in 2 of his last 3 games, so maybe just coming to good form. Sunil Narayan is immediately brought into the attack, only in the power play again. Very economical, but not many wickets for him this year, battling that little hairline fracture, I think it is, on his left hand, playing through the pain.
And it's interesting that he's actually bowling the first over as we take a look at Quinton de Kock. Just trying to go down the ground. A little bit of movement. Unsure. Alex Hales, a very happy man, back in the playing 11. He's actually sitting and having breakfast next to me. Noticed he had scrambled eggs, bit of bacon, bit of toast, very healthy, so he's ready to go.
Breakfast of champions, that sounds like. Good protein for the day for Alex Hales. Yeah, nice to see him back into the team, Lise. Be fascinating to see how he goes with the bat today. Beautiful stroke. Soars into the distance and soars a long way over the rope. Effortless. Pooran at his very best.
Yeah, this is going to be a fascinating little battle between the 2 of them. I mean, that is a seriously good shot to be able to extend his hands through an NTT 6, 262 feet.
First delivery, one of the most economical bowlers in the history of white ball cricket, someone he's struggled against historically, striking at less than a run a ball, and you unleash this stroke. Sumptuous, stunning stuff. Guided away. And Rutherford, who is just not in full fitness, is just about able to hold it in. Patel calls his captain through for a 3rd.
Yeah, it's all about knowing the fielder, isn't it? So MI New York would have discussed that. Anything where Shafane Rutherford has to turn and chase, let's put some pressure on him because he's not sprinting.
3 overs bowled. It's 25 for 1.
जनरल डायर ने जलियांवाला बाग में निहत्थे लोगों पर गोलियां बरसा दी। उनके हाथ में हथियार है। जलियांवाला बाग का सिर्फ एक ही सच है जो आज पूरी दुनिया जान ले।
ये वाकई में दबाव महसूस कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये विंबलडन है।
जियो हॉटस्टार और स्टार स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर।
Remarkable celebrations yesterday for the 4th of July. I think they felt extra large with it being a Friday evening in the Sunshine State, known for its jovial and party atmosphere. Here's Sherfane Rutherford. He's really not moving fluently.
But obviously the value with the bat in hand and being a left-hander is something that the LA Knight Riders want. So they're happy to have probably a 70% fit player out on the park.
A big opportunity for Cornet Dry. Barely been used this season. It's his 3rd game. Thought he bowled nicely in a couple of games he played, actually. He's found his way into the 11 at the expense of Ali Khan. Nowhere near as quick, but can offer good control.
Performances so far, 2 for 33 and 1 for 46. So he's been able to pick up wickets along the way, which is always crucial in T20 cricket.
Whipped into the leg side. Is it a chance? Oh, yes. Great catch. Safe batter, made good ground coming in. Gets both hands to it and gets the big wicket of Monak Patel.
Well, he can add another wicket to that tally. 4 wickets in 3 matches for him. Tall guy, flicked in the air by Monak Patel. Just hung in the air for such a long time, and Saif Bhutto was able to track it down. Happy man, especially when you come back into the playing 11, you want to contribute straight away. That's exactly what he's done. Patel, he departs for 13. MI New York have lost their 2nd wicket for 26.
Young king of Centre Court retains the crown.
I'm not stopping now. I'm relentless. I hold all of the power, and this is why I wear the crown. I hold all of the power. I wear the crown.
In comes Tajinder Singh. 2 early wickets, just what the LA Knight Riders needed. Remember, they're playing for their very lives here in this tournament. 130 runs this season, 95 of them came in as memorable a knock as we've probably seen all season, off just 35 balls. Looking to build upon that and get another good score today. Delight for Cornet Dry. Given the nod, he's been desperately frustrated at not getting game time, or much game time this season. Singh off the mark immediately. Credit to Dry, but he got a lot of assistance from his fielder here too.
It's hard when the pitch isn't as quick as you would normally like. Cognizant clutch catch, that is for sure. Because he had to make a decent effort, got 2 hands and a nice little roll just to finish it off. Nice way to celebrate. But when the pitch is a little bit slow, those type of shots is extremely hard to play. It holds in the pitch and you're a little bit too early, and that's why it went aerial.
I think if you think of Cornet Dry's season, Played the one game up in the Coliseum and the one game in Grand Prairie, obviously, where the bowlers had a really tough time of things. So both of those 2 spells reasonably expensive, but it was in and around the economy that most bowlers were going for, 9-10 runs per over. Back into more helpful conditions here. I think he'll be a real asset with his height and his control on this surface today. Should get a couple. Good running gets him back for 2.
And Nicholas Pooran all of a sudden becomes very, very important for the MI New York. The Singh, ever since he's been elevated into that number 4 position, a position that he prefers, he's also contributed as well. There's a look at what Nicholas Pooran was like. Everyone was worried at the start. Then he slowly fought his way.
Definitely coming to the boil at just the right time, isn't he? And he lead his side through into the playoffs. Will be what he wants. End of the 4th, 33 for 2.
Center court पे
कांटे की टक्कर दुनिया का सबसे प्रेस्टिजियस ग्रैंड स्लैम
ये शानदार है
ऑल टाइम ग्रेट्स एविड टेनिस प्लेयर
Wimbledon, Geo Hotstar of Star Sports Network पर.
Well, it's pure vibes and electricity here in Major League Cricket. Now, I'm not a great player of the dul, so I'm going to hand the stick over to my man right here. Jaydeep, how long have you been playing the dul?
About 2 years.
About 2 years. Now, you're rooting for MI. Why did you decide to bring it to the stadium today?
Just to have fun. Somebody has to cheer the game, and just setting it makes no fun. So I decided, let me bring in the drum and cheer up the team.
Well, he wants to cheer up the entire team and the crowd. So you've got... See the ball there. You got 2 sticks in your hand. You've got one there and one here. So explain to me what the 2 sticks are for.
This is for the bass. This is the bass side, and this is the treble side. So you hit it together and make a noise with that, and that's how the drum works.
All right, beautiful. You've been playing for 2 years. You've got an audience behind me. You guys want to hear him play the drums? All right, you got to play it now, my man. Let's see it. Look at my man's moves over here. He's got it. He's got it. Pure vibes here in Major League Cricket.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Aman. Moving around in his crease, trying to see if he can somehow length of Narayan. Relatively quiet, just going over 7 and over. 3 dot balls to start in this over. Creates a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, the dismissals have been very similar across these last 5 or 6 matches, and that is that the slowness of the conditions, the ball holding in the surface, as Lisa Staleka was talking about, has just meant it's been really difficult to play these shots. Have to follow rules in this track. Slow conditions. Quinton de Kock, firstly, looking at swatting it through onside. Not enough pace to do that shot. Just doing Quinton de Kock things when he normally be able to play that shot easily. And then Patel doing exactly the same thing as well, trying to swat it with the lack of pace, and both causing their demise. 34 for 2.
Business intuition. What if it could be engineered into every part of your business? Imagine if banks could listen for telltale signs of fraud. Drug production could sniff out impurities. Cars could feel when your plans change. At Cognizant, we use technology to engineer businesses to do what others can't. Anticipate expectations and act instantly, as if on intuition.
There's 1 over left of the Lexus power play. And so far, New York have been kept pretty quiet. 6.8 is their run rate right now. But we have seen throughout our time here in Florida, batting first has been tough. The new ball's been tough. The power play has been hard to score quickly. Right, Van Schalkwyk choosing to see if they can make something happen. Oh, a little juggle. He had to be aware of the boundary rope. There might be a little check on this, but I think he's done well.
Well, it's a carbon copy, isn't it? Jinder Singh is failing to accept the fact that you've got to go about an innings and approach it differently on this wicket when it's holding. Cannot get the energy through the ball when it's not there. Having to try and manufacture the conditions and it's not working. Touch the side here, Natalie. I don't think so. He's well within the boundary lines. He tosses it up just to be sure, as the Irish say. No problems whatsoever. So it's going to be given out. Very happy. White Riders, they've never won against New York. So another one falls inside this power play. Unfortunately, that's been trending at this venue. Jinder Singh gone for 2 and it's 34 for 3.
रोशनी सलूजा के मर्डरर्स को सजा जरूर मिलेगी।
इस लड़ाई में मैं अब तक तलवार, ढाल और घोड़ा तीनों।
अंजू नागपाल, आपको मर्डर केस में एज को अक्यूज गिरफ्तार किया जाता है।
चलती मैच में तीसरी टीम कहां से घुस गई?
इसे पहन और स्टेज पे जा।
वो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज के लड़के मुझे बोलते रहते हैं, प्रैक्टिस चालू रखो, बाकी देखता हूँ।
Yet another struggle for the batters in the power play. Yesterday we saw the Orcas lose 5 in their power play. And they only had one batter who stood out and measured up the conditions in Heinrich Klaassen to put some runs on the board for his team, but it was nowhere near enough. Now Bracewell in. Schalkwyk around the wicket. Oh, that's a beauty. There's a lovely delivery from Van Schalkwyk.
Yeah, these franchises, they carry around all sorts of devices that helps you play, helps you learn about conditions. You've got a squadron of assets within your playing group, analysis, but clearly none of those television screens are on at the moment because I reckon I've seen 15 dismissals in the last 4 days where it's been very, very similar to this with the new ball, in particular when it's just gripping into the surface. So the only thing that I can put it down to is just pure batting ego. Something that's a must for a batsman. You must be able to think, I've got to clear the boundary. I've got to learn from the opportunity to score quickly in the power play. But sometimes, and this is a great example of it, it's not a 180, 190 wicket. No one's crossed that mark, not even close to that. It's been an average of 135. So reeling it back and trying to project ahead of time is important.
Edge isn't dropped. In between keeper and slip. Slip is standing quite wide. With Van Schalkwyk coming around the wicket, there was a big gap between Rutherford and keeper.
You'll find when we have a look at this replay, this is a wicket-keeper's catch. There wasn't a great deal of movement. Again, a very expansive shot from back of a length. He just didn't go for it. Needed to grease at the elbow joints just to extend. Look at this. Had great vision to it and balked right at the last minute.
Pedros, you know from standing in slips, you have a chat with your keeper as to where you should be standing, where he's comfortable as well with his reach. And you may have said to slip, yeah, that's fine, I'll reach that. That is certainly the keeper's catch.
Yeah, the communication would be there, Natalie, that you field a slip and a half or even maybe a second slip potentially. which means then the wicketkeeper has to be in a position to just go. When you haven't got your structure, you know, when you line up in a slips cordon and you kind of work out whether you can touch each other's hands at full extension, that's generally the area where you stand at first slip. Here he's maybe tucked in a little closer.
It's very nicely played, just so delicate, opening the face, pushing it out towards third on the boundary. Now we'll just have a little look at the boundary first. But who's done a good job today on that boundary. Let's have a look. Again, does an excellent job. It's very nicely done. He's had a very good day out there and he's been busy too. And that will end Alexis power play. It's 41 for 3.
13 अप्रैल को जलियांवाला बाग में जनरल डायर ने निहत्ते मासूम लोगों पर गोलियां बरसा दी।
वो लोग आतंकवादी थे।
उनके हाथ में हथियार थे। जलियांवाला बाग का सिर्फ एक ही सच है जो आज पूरी दुनिया जान ली।
Alexis power play is done, so that means you can now spread the field. And LA Knight Riders should be pretty happy with this because it's their best bowling power play so far this season. Won the toss, the LA Knight Riders, and said they were pretty happy to have a bowl first, which wasn't a surprise at all.
Trending. It has to be backed up in the field as well. When you've decided to do something, you want to see take full advantage of the conditions, and the Knight Riders have done that at this stage, largely thanks to some pretty average strategic batting. I mean, Nicholas Pooran, I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but he's just batting on a different level. Always got amazing hands. The first shot that he played off Sunny Narayan, in to out, one of the hardest shots to play, shaped on the ball. And he's just found his way now, especially that he's lost a few wickets around him. He's now just finding a rhythm which is slightly below in tempo. So he was 200 plus, now he's reining it in. Pooran was just absolutely brilliant the other night. Just kept finding ways to consistently strike boundaries. He rotated strike. Didn't always try and go for the maximum either. Wasn't necessarily greedy. That's an important part of T20 cricket. Although he does love to strike boundaries, 70 this year, he can still find ways, Nat, to just stay in the game longer than most.
That's the interesting part, isn't it? You mentioned the other night that he only hit 2 sixes, right? Wasn't really looking to clear the boundary, but his natural game is to hit sixes, and we've seen that this year, the most by anyone in T20s. But he adapted his game for the conditions. And to be able to allow his team to have enough on the board as well.
Sometimes, whilst it can be hard when you've got a big price tag on your head and you're also meant to strike away with those numbers that I just mentioned, sometimes the most important thing is to park your ego. Look at that graphic. A lot of those sixes are ego-driven statistics. I'm the one that's going to be the big six hitter. But if it's at the cost of being able to get valuable runs for your team, especially in conditions which are slightly tricky, this is so rare. You get commentate all over the world T20 cricket, and rarely have I seen a wicket as difficult as this. So the adjustment has to be there. Forcing the play, all it does is create forced errors in play, and that's why at the moment MINY finally got it right, 44 for 3.
Especially your top order in these conditions has to do the hard work, the real grind, because we saw what can happen With a likes of a Donovan Ferreira, for example, you come in the back end and you can certainly change a game. And he nearly won the game for the Texas Super Kings the other day against the Unicorns. You set it up early on, and your hitters at the end can do the job. It's 45 for 3.
So how's your life been, Brazado?
Opening a restaurant.
It's gonna take 6 months to open. That's being
What, confident?
cocky, crazy.
Take us there, Bear. Yes, chef.
What's going on tonight? Have you been here before?
Why it was playing the way he did.
But up and down from a point of view of scoring runs. Tough going for MI New York. Now, a couple of overs from Holder. Orno Dry, who's back into the side today. Played a couple of games where he was a bit expensive. Today, he's bowled 1 over. He's gone for 8 and he's got a wicket. So now a chance to bowl outside of the power play. Just making slight adjustments to the offside field. He wasn't 100% happy with Dre Russ's position. He's got him in a little closer. Ball's full, drive straight. It's a lovely connection by Pooran.
I'm telling you, you're watching one of the great T20 cricketers right now. That's how good he is. Sees anything that he can pounce on, and he has absolutely zero doubt, complete conviction, and the scoring area also spot on, straight as an arrow. Doesn't try and overhit it, doesn't try and hit it for 6, doesn't try and get the elevation. And then able to back off, wait for the ball, play with subtle, beautiful hands, good skills, a good player.
Nicholas Pooran made 108 against the Orcas. He was undefeated. He had 7 fours and 8 sixes that day. That was in Dallas. It's very different conditions to obviously what we have today. It's a lot better wicket. There was also the wind to contend with as well that you can really use there in Dallas to your advantage. And at the time, it was against a team who was battling a little bit, the Orcas. They eventually brought it back together.
Good play as well, good support play. Keep hustling up, maybe a 2. Never forget about those in low-scoring games as well. 2s and 3s potentially. Rarely done these days. Not big outfields. Parity has disappeared as well. Stake projected scores. Hello, what have we got? 150 would be plenty.
Especially with the pressure that's on LA Knight Riders, as they know they have to win their remaining games. It still relies on other things to happen in their favour, but they have to win. And as things stand in our Lexus team standings, you can see both these two teams at the bottom. They're struggling with net run rate, but more so the Knight Riders. So they've got to win by big margins. They also have to rely on a few other things going their way. New York in a slightly better position, having 4 points. And that's because they beat LA Knight Riders as well.
They can do it. They can do it, Natalie.
Oh, they've done it before. They did it in the first season. They went the long way around to become the champions in Cognizant MLC. They had to go through the eliminator. Eventually won qualifier 2 and then won the final against the Orcas. So they have done it before. And Nicholas Pooran, he was sensational that day.
And the other thing is, next name, So Key, is their fast bowler, left armour, all the way from Ferns. as he starts bowling really well. Trent Bolt take wickets up front with a new ball. Yeah, these are scoring areas. Look at that in-to-out shot, subtle hands in and around the bat. They're the ones that impresses me. The power down the ground is going to be there, and if you get short to him, he rocks back like a rocket and pulls you away.
There again, just easing it through the offside. It ends up being a 9-run over. It's 54 for 3.
This broadcast is presented by Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs. Co-presented by Jaguar, Bath & Light, ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund, and House of Glenfiddich. In association with HP Lubricants, Power to Perform, and Higher QD Mini LED TV.
This is an epic story.
Stands filling out for today's affair as they just start to trickle in this Florida heat. Speaking of heat, Andre Russell comes in with the ball in hand, is playing as that fifth bowling option for the Knight Riders, and his overs will be critical. Danny Morrison alongside me, and Danny, it does feel that New York are going to have to get through a spell here from Andre Russell where he feels like he could really be effective on this surface.
Yeah, I think it's as well as that. You'd want to be positive in the first 6 overs. You really do have to be sensible as well. And get the feel, get in, give yourself a chance. As Amon, as our colleagues have been saying, that used to wield the willow for a living. You just have to assess conditions and be sensible, and be keen to dig in and have to build an innings. This T20, you don't have to go berserk from ball one. Some do, of course, but pitch conditions dictate. You got to love Pooran because it's natural game, right? But teams have just been sensible. Chadley, it wasn't a good stroke from Quinton McCall. He's trying to go onside. Again, assess the conditions, give yourself a chance. Both these dismissals, Patel getting out too, just really frustrating. Smart catch, yeah, good stuff. Nice one here.
Oh, needed to hold on, Shadley. It is very humid out there. I think I might have just saved the life of Nicholas Pooran.
That's the thing, if you're not hitting boundaries and give respect to the bowlers because of the conditions, we know it's tacky, it's gripping a bit off the seam. We're looking for those cheeky 1s and 2s, little bunt and go, have that rapport with your partner, it's ideal.
There's Michael Bracewell. He's been in tremendous form throughout MLC, a 50 on the season, and he picks up 4 runs.
Yeah, much needed boundary. And he's a little bit of luck there, but he is a tall man. He's got that reach. See the scrambled seam, but again, just shows the tackiness. I'd like to have come more out of the middle, but it's a thrashing edge. A bit of fortune, but got enough on it for 4.
Eventful single that. Couldn't get off, could he?
The Jamaican tackling the Trini. A bit of rugby coming in, eh? Is it the season for footy? Yeah, it always is.
And it's the season of cricket down here in Miami. One more game today in this Saturday doubleheader. The Orcas need to find wins. They'll take on the Super Kings after what ended up being a heartbreaking loss just 24 hours ago. Just a single to close over number 9, 61 for 3. Billy Taylor, yes, it is that time. Time for a timeout.
13 अप्रैल को जलियांवाला बाग में जनरल डायर ने निहत्ते मासूम लोगों पर गोलियां बरसा दी।
वो लोग आतंकवादी थे।
उनके हाथ में हथियार थे। जलियांवाला बाग का सिर्फ एक ही सच है जो आज पूरी दुनिया जान ले।
तुम्हारे पास जो इज्जत और नौकरी है ना ही तुम्हारी काबिलियत से मिली और ना ही तुम्हारे बाप ने दिलाई।
इंडिया में तो ऐसे बहुत सारे केसेस हैं।
तब भी तुमने किसी को कुछ नहीं बताया इस बारे में।
तो क्या मैं भी तुम्हारी तरह पत्थर दिल हो जाऊं?
कोई गलती से मुंह मत खोल देना। केरला पुलिस मतलब ये वाकई चोर पुलिस की आंख मिचौली का खेल था।
सीन दर सीन बताइए क्या हुआ था।
विक्टिम का नाम रोशनी सलूजा है। गला कटने से डेथ हुई।
डॉक्टर राज नागपाल के हाथों पर खून लगा हुआ था।
जो मर्डर वेपन है वो अंजू जी के ट्रैश बैग से मिला है।
हीरा भी तो
क्या रोशनी का मर्डर कर सकती है?
हीरा क्राइम की वजह भी हो सकती है सर।
इस कहानी का विलन अभी तक बाहर नहीं आया है।
Showtime on Centre. We are watching something truly extraordinary.
It's amazing to have some royalty here, but also some tennis royalty.
Wimbledon, only on Geo Hotstar and Star Sports Network.
भारत की आजादी की लड़ाई में ऐसी कई कहानियां हैं जो इतिहास के पन्नों में गुम हो गई हैं। उनमें से एक कहानी है सी शंकर नायर की कहानी, जो जलियांवाला बाग के शहीदों के लिए अंग्रेजी हुकूमत से बेझिझक टकरा गए। अब ये कहानी हम ला रहे हैं सिनेमा के पर्दे से आपके घर तक। देखिए केसरी चैप्टर 2 सिर्फ जियो हॉटस्टार पर।
Ah, well, there you go. Happy birthday. Danny Morrison, they want a picture with you.
We're up here, and Aman's here, and young Nickel, he's here as well, so look out.
They didn't ask for us, they asked for you.
Not this year. They're back next year.
All right, next birthday wish. Bring this clip back up.
No. Here's another one that'll say no. Colonel Orion, because of his hand. I believe just it's a light, small break, but it's enough in the hand. You get a little hairline fracture, or anything of that discomfort. Hand bones, metatarsals. Ooh.
And he'll have an important role to play, won't he? We were seeing Akil Hussain and how good he was yesterday. That one wicket to Jake Frazier McGurk in particular was really the left arm spinner's dream. Pitching on middle, go and hit off. So on this surface, yes, it's a new wicket, but given conditions, you expect him to have a similar type of effect on the game?
100%, Aman. I was out there with Lisa Stalaken. We did the pitch report. It's certainly tacky, and you could push your thumb, and it would just call it a bit of denting, just push into the surface. Just a little, but understand there's so much rain and it covers on. Oh, that is a pitch. That is such a good length given. Oh, I just wonder with the height. I should review it. Pooran saying, let's review this because of the height, possibly. Tall man, Bracewell.
TV umpire to director. Players review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we start with spin vision, please? Can we have all trades, please, to check any bet? Okay, gap between bat and ball. Roll into the pad, please. Thank you. And ball tracking when available. Sweating on ball tracking, Rushain.
Still building.
Here we go. Original decision is out. Pitch outside, impact in line, and wickets missing. You'll have to reverse your decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen. On screen now, signal.
Thank you, Mr. Samuels. Yeah, I just thought, it's a tall man, you see. He's probably about 6'2" or so. There's Michael Bracewell. Yeah, a little aggrieved, but was given out on field, so understand. See, it's still got a good 3.5 feet to go to hit the stump. So yeah, it's that climb and he gets that grip. That's the thing from Sunil Narine. So life for Bracewell.
And even with that missing, what you get is you can see there is something in it for Narine, even after the change of surface. Don't feel as if Bracewell was comfortable on either stroke on what the ball was going to do off the wicket.
So hard. That's what players say. I've spoken to them over the years with Sunil Narine, picking his length, to go forward or back, let alone attack and try and score off him in conditions that suit him. See there again, it's hanging there. Hard to get off the crease sometimes. Worried about getting stumped, of course. Or not quite getting there and then they're slicing it up in the air.
Yeah, little tickle on the way through, and Narine, remarkably, just his third wicket in MLC. It's a big one.
Sure is. Captain's got to go here. Healthy edge, well taken. Mukchand. Case of being a little inconsistent with the gloves on last couple of days, but not this one. And counts massively. Good healthy one, and a little fumble. Will help the confidence for the keeper, Chund. High fives and glee all around for LA Knight Riders. It's the end of the very dangerous Nicholas Pooran, out for 30, and New York are now 63 for 4.
ये केस मैं अकेले नहीं हैंडल कर सकती।
आपने तो कौन करेगा?
अरमान, काम है।
अब मैं तुम्हें मैडम सिद्दीकी बुलाऊंगा। This is a murder.
मोटे दाम में मिल जाएगा। I'm sure about that.
शूटर भी मिल जाएगा। I'm sure about that.
This is an epic story.
I like that hat. And I gotta get me one of those. But New York wants his big innings from Kieran Pollard. He comes in and probably a bit earlier than what he would have liked to. In the 10th over, not ideal. And facing Narine also not ideal for this man. And their matchups, it's really been Narine that's owned it, isn't it? The strike rate's below 100. 4 dismissals. Average of 22 for Paulie.
As you say, he loves to finish. He could come in with maybe 5 or 6 overs to go. But still, it's an opportunity for a big KP. With his experience and just be sensible. Great, though. The two Trinis up against each other. Narine and Pollard. He's off the mark straight away. Good over. Just 3 and a wicket. 64 for 4.
इसे पहन और स्टेज पे जा।
वो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज के लड़के मुझे बोलते रहते हैं प्रैक्टिस चालू रखो बाकी देखता हूँ।
ये वाकई में दबाव महसूस कर रहे हैं।
लेकिन ये विंबलडन है।
जियो हॉटस्टार और स्टार स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर।
Real danger here at MINY New York. We saw what happened to Seattle just yesterday. Now, it's not the 3 wickets in the first 3 overs, but 64 for 4 after 10 just doesn't give you a lot of leeway. The Knight Riders would have to know they have an opportunity to put the nails in the coffin. Still waiting for her photo, Danny. Are you going to get out there?
Still waiting. Thought I'd already done that. Haven't we? And Pommy and I did a lot sitting down there, to be fair. Fans, we love you.
And we've seen from Dre Russ, he's gone full. He's elected to be much fuller, but Narayan's lengths have varied. And this was brilliant. Yet again, Pooran really just nowhere near the ball. Didn't know what to do. Come forward, go back, as you mentioned. And then Lachand made no mistake behind the stumps.
That length, he's so good. Sunil Narayan, the deception of the flight, and you think you're there. I think, I should go back and cut this, but no. Just enough grip, just standing up enough, and some fizz through a bit more than others with that the variety of different paces from Narayan.
But Daniel, what is the score you would reassess to now? We spoke about 160. Would that still be the goal if you're New York?
I'm just looking back through my old notes here. Match 9, I know it was at Oakland, and it was a wee while ago. It seems like a while ago, doesn't it? But Bracewell got that 50, and Pollard was 26 not out, and they got up over the Orcas, and those two really finished the game and did it well. And he's doing well, isn't he? But you've got the same combination, Pollard and Bracewell, together again, and they need to put on a partnership of substance and do it. So let's see if they can here down in Florida now.
Little misfield will allow them to come back for 2. I think the beautiful thing is that Bracewell is in that form we mentioned, has a 50 on the year, 42, another one of those high scores not out against Washington, and he's done it in both venues. Now he's waiting for one big score here in Fort Lauderdale.
I also think with Michael Bracewell, he's no spring chicken anymore. He's the other side of 30. You're now playing a lot more franchise stuff. He's done well for New Zealand, so he's getting an opportunity to play in more franchise cricket around the globe, and he'll want to keep doing well, and there's that incentive. So here's another one. Get in, help your side get the 2 points to try and take position number 4 on the table for the semis and final. Now you're mentioning them, what is a good total? And it really does depend on these two, no doubt. Could they get up to that 160? Something on the board, the stake projected scores. Yeah, 10s, well, you think so, but the pitch is tricky. We've all been saying that. Length, lots, about the surface, it's tacky and gripping. So can Pollard be destructive and be there till about the 18th, 19th over? And the same with Bracewell. Can he drag it deep, be there and play his power game too?
Those will help, and it'll help Polly get in some rhythm as well. A lot of the fans here were screaming Pollard as he walked out with the pads on, something you'd expect around the world. But this has been a year, maybe ups and downs. Struggled in Oakland a bit, but got to Dallas and found some form. The question now comes, can he carry that in to a new venue, on a new wicket, in these pressure situations?
Well, it is, and you think about New York now, it's a tricky position, isn't it? 69 for 4. So they have to hang in there, as they say in the trade. Just be careful.
And you can see for New York, it was just that inability to kick on from the starts of partnerships, wasn't it? They had something going, with Pooran and Bracewell. They need one big one if they want to compete today. Little skip down the ground results in a single. Close of 11, 70 for 4.
Business intuition. What if it could be engineered into every part of your business? Imagine if power grids could hear outages ahead of the storm. Health systems could see across the whole landscape. Airwaves could taste new speed limits. At Cognizant, we use technology to engineer businesses to do what others can't. Anticipate expectations and act instantly, as if on intuition.
Yeah, both been around a long time. Pollard, Dre Russ, playing for different franchises around the globe. It's a bit of fun. Trini versus Jamaican. Let's see who can come out on top.
We knew this wicket was going to be one for the spinners, so LAKR, they've gone to the wild card. Saif Wadar, domestically known for what he does with the bat, but does bowl a bit in minor league cricket. His strike rate there for the Houston Hurricanes in and around 17, so isn't prolific, but does have just a knack to take a wicket or two.
Interesting. I look forward to seeing this, and if he's more than useful, then why not? In these conditions that are helping, and we've seen it. Texas too, and you think of their spin quartet almost, wasn't it? Spin, and more of it.
Oh, it's just spun away. But you can see Paulie's not going to take his time on Saif Wadar. He feels this is the over to cash in on.
Shafane Rutherford there with a misfield. It didn't quite carry, but Rutherford will be miffed, and so will Mason Holder. Let's get something on that. Stop it. Going anywhere. Work on a batter. You want to try and get some more dots. Dot balls. No. Saif. 8. Can't do that. Not bowling spin and just cruising up to the crease there to release it. Delivery. So here's a big freebie for Bracewell.
Very clear. Nothing behind that white line. Once you do that, you give the batters a free license. Now Bracewell on free hits, and he's got the ball turning back into him. And it was an interesting question here for the Knight Riders. If you knew the wicket was going to spin, you do have a domestic left arm spinner. And Karthik Gittapalli you could have turned to if you wanted the domestic spinner. Or could have picked the Tanvir Sangha and gone with the leg spinner, the international leg spinner.
Who would you go with, man, having seen more of that?
Karthik has had some success down here in Fort Lauderdale, but I think Tanvir Sangha, he's been brilliant. And I think he would have been the man to come in. They wanted to strengthen the top order, but I just feel another spin option to go alongside Narayan would have been real useful with the way the wickets have been playing.
It's grip, isn't it? That's great for the spinners, because it's not all about the batters just boshing it over the fence. So, yeah, they're going to have to work for it. They're going to have to work harder. Bowling.
We've seen interesting fields all throughout Major League Cricket. Look at these two. The bottom of your screen, how straight the long on is, and then the mid on as well. Almost in a line straight down the ground for Kieran Pollard.
That's unique, isn't it? He's so powerful down there. The other thing about this, look, when he had 11 and a half overs, I know they're only going just over sixes, but as we know in T20 can appreciate, you can play catch-up, and the man on strike, and even Bracewell at the other end, can play catch-up, because they're so powerful, and when they play sensible, good cricket shots, don't have to slog, play beautiful cricket strokes, then they can take you apart so easily. So it's about just being here, hanging in. They've lost 4 relatively quickly. They were 3 for 34, and they were a little partnership with Pooran, but it was 63 for 4, so he just need to hang tough a little. Then in those last 4 or 5 overs go nuts.
All this talk about picking a traditional spinner. Well, Vidar's actually gone quite well here. Only given up the 4 runs on the over, make it 5 runs rather.
Yeah, it's been a joy to see the spinners actually come into the 4. Given the conditions here in Florida, let's see what he coughs up now to get out of the over.
Might have just gotten away with that one. Just 6 runs from over 12, 76 for 4.
आप दोनों में कुछ हो रहा है?
कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है।
This is an epic story.
You sense this game hangs beautifully in the balance. Right now, two sides very much fighting for their lives in this tournament. 5th and 6th in the table. MI New York have a more realistic path to the playoffs. Maybe the Knight Riders' equation is more simple. Win both and hope. Cornet Dry returns. Got Matthew Hayden alongside me. Hard to say which side is ahead right now, given we're on a fresh surface, but maybe the Knight Riders the happier of the two sides.
Happy that Nicholas Pooran is dipping. Now they can really sort of bury their faces into this middle phase, the trickiest phase. Doesn't matter good surface or not, is the middle. And the main reason is that once the sort of ball does get a little softer, then it starts to become, with a spread field, it starts to become a little more tricky how you balance your 4 wickets losses versus what other batting resources you've got in the dugout. So that's the dilemma. So when you think about projected scores, you're probably looking at compromising around that 8 runs and over, which takes you to 135, 140.
Really good skills here from Cornet Dry, just taking all the pace out of things. Pooran Chand a couple of days ago really struggled with his gloves, didn't he? Not a permanent keeper, not a full-time keeper. I think he put down 3 altogether. A couple of them were very harsh, to call them chances, the ones standing up. Wasn't able to lay a glove on it, but he took an excellent catch standing up today to Sonny on the Ryan. Had to juggle it, but did enough. Is this a chance? Oh, yes it is. Bracewell can't believe he's hit it that well. It travels all the way to an elated skipper at long on, Jason Holder. He put one down there the other day, holds on this time. Knight Riders definitely on top now.
They're halfway through the batting resources. Bracewell tries to go up and over, cuts the ball, does hold into the surface a little bit as well, fats it as Danny Morrison would say, but not well enough, and that's a tidy catch and a neat piece of work at an important time for Knight Riders. Limping along now, New York for 77 for 5. Bracewell gone for 18.
इस लेडी का बहुत बुरा एक्सीडेंट हुआ है।
ये कौन है?
काफी फेमस साइकिक है। कल रात उसका आत्मन मुझे यहाँ लेके आया।
सीरियसली? आत्मा क्या जीपीएस होती है? शी इज अ फ्रॉड।
कोमल को कैसे जानती थी तुम?
उसके हस्बैंड का कुछ अफेयर चल रहा था। दैट्स इट।
ये झूठ बोल रही है। कैन यू स्मेल डीजल? ये वही बीट्स है जो कोमल की बॉडी से मिले थे। देयर इज अ कनेक्शन।
Big moment in the game, and it's the big man himself, captain of the Knight Riders, who's taken a critical catch. Cornet Dry has had to wait so long to get a third chance this season. And in conditions that he was always going to like, he gets the support of his captain. That's an excellent running catch. Big moment in the game. Brings George Linda to the crease, who immediately gets off the mark. A lot now rests on this partnership because it's a somewhat lengthy tale after this for MI New York.
And we did a catching demonstration yesterday during the mid-innings break. See how his head just dips into the ball? Have to see that one again. Yeah, when you watch that catch, it doesn't matter whether you're in the slips or a wicket keeper or wherever you are. First thing you have to do is track the ball into your hand. So I'd like to see this catch again where he basically looks at it right the way in. It's called nodding your head in, almost over doing the movement, but it just means your eyes are going to track into your hands a bit better.
It's a complete lack of pace in the surface, isn't there? So Pollard trying to get down at the medium pace of Cornet Dry. It's a good over. 4 runs in the wicket come from it. 80 for 5.
आपके दोबारा शादी करने के फैसले से मैं बहुत खुश हूँ दीदी। लक्षु, कपिल जी आपको सारी खुशियाँ और सम्मान देंगे।
क्या एक औरत का सम्मान आदमी और उसके नाम से जुड़ा होता है? अपने बल पे वो सम्मान हासिल नहीं कर सकती।
मंगल की जिंदगी के इस मोड़ पर कैसे देगी लक्ष्मी उसका साथ?
Sights yet again as to what they're going to be able to make in this first innings.
Batting coach of MI New York, Arun Kumar Jagadish, has been kind enough to lend us some of his time. Thanks a lot for your time, coach. Looking at what has gone on so far, this has been a very different surface given what we've had previously in the tournament. How has the psychology around preparing for this changed?
We didn't expect the wicket to be such a good batting wicket, to be honest. With all the rains between this, we thought it would be a little more tacky probably. We're pleasantly surprised to see this. Maybe that on the contrary worked against us because we got a little complacent, I guess. The first 2-3 soft dismissals that set us back a bit.
And just on the first 3 dismissals specifically, was it more a lack of execution gut option, or would you have preferred to see different strokes being played?
Well, it depends on their state of mind, whether they're looking to play in a particular area, but I thought they could have been played much better. The execution at least holding the shape a little more better. They would have played a lot more straighter than trying to go across it.
What has the communication been from the guys in the middle about a good score and what score you're looking, the range of score you're looking to get to?
We didn't particularly look at a particular score, but he said, yeah, it's a good batting surface and let's ride along, let's see after the first 10 overs, and then we'll probably set a target depending on how many wickets we have.
Monak Patel, someone that you were very close to in your days as USA head coach. Why has he been so successful this season?
I think he's a confident lad now. After the World Cup, he's got good runs against Pakistan, and then he's been in this circuit for, this is the 3rd year he's been, and he's been with the boys, so he knows he belongs here. And now he's the sense of belonging in this team and the confidence he's got after the first knock, after he played, I think, and he's pretty hungry as well. So I think all this put together, he's seen a lot of growth in him as a cricketer.
Given your time in that role, USA head coach between 2020 and 2022, what is the biggest aspect of development you've seen from the domestic batters in the MLC?
Domestic batters in the MLC, what I could say probably is they were looking at, when I came into USA cricket, they were looking at 220, 240 initially in a 50-over game, but realized that 300 is not tough at all. And to raise the standard, to make everyone believe that we could get 300 was a little bit of a task. And once we started getting that, they all started growing in confidence. And of course, with MLC, a lot of other batters coming in from different parts of the nation who have played a lot more first-class cricket than and been exposed to higher levels of cricket. That has added a lot, and it's good for the overall development of USA cricket.
And what do you think has been the big push factor behind that raise in intensity and aggression?
Well, they're playing. See, MLC is something where you interact with very good cricketers all around the world, and then the conference which that leaves you after they go back after the tournament is immense. Even take IPL for example. A lot of Indian cricketers who hadn't played much cricket, even first-class cricket, they have played IPL, rubbing shoulders with all the big guns, and they're just mentally a lot more confident to go and execute their strokes and just express themselves. And I think that is one big thing which is happening in USA cricket. A lot of these local guys are rubbing shoulders with these big guys, and then they're a lot more confident cricketers after the MLC is done.
Right, Coach, thank you so much for your time. 89 for 5, 1 delivery to go in the 14th over from Saif Badar. You have to be very careful about the timing. End of 14, the score 89 for 5, and will be time for a strategic timeout.
We have faced down death, famine, war to hold these lands together.
You do not command the loyalty you think you do.
Brothers of Rohan, arise!
We have to get our people out.
Don't give up. You're stronger than I knew. Rohan still stands!
कहिए मैं आपकी क्या मदद कर सकता हूँ?
Point to be noted, Your Honor. Wow. We're making history.
वकील साहब, हमको तो आप गुस्से में बहुत क्यूट लग रहे थे।
आप कोई और सरप्राइज छुपा के तो नहीं रखी हैं? One, two, three.
Fan letters.
Oh boy. How does it feel? If anyone is gonna hold your attention on stage, you have to kind of be a freak.
Are you a freak?
Like a rolling stone. I don't even need to say his name. Mr. Bob Dylan.
A complete unknown.
This broadcast is presented by Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs. Co-presented by ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund, House of Glenfiddich, and Jaguar, Bath and Light, in association with HP Lubricants Power to Perform, and Higher QD Mini LED TV.
Oil and gas industry makes $3 billion a day, but you got to secure the land and manage the people. It's the second part that can get you killed.
अपनी छोटी बहन को बचाओ, अपने परिवार का बदला लो।
Blessed with the way in which we've been able to get all the games in thus far. The weather, we had a pretty heavy thunderstorm mid-morning, has cleared up nicely. Probably the nicest afternoon we've had since we've arrived here in the Sunshine State, finally living up to its name. There's a bit of a long tail after this. I'm not quite sure how they'll stack up numbers 8 through 11. Maybe Nosh Kenjigate, the best option at number 8, Trent Bolt, the other option. Wouldn't expect too much from Islan Adil or Rushila Garkar. So Pollard is key. Beautiful part of the world, isn't it? The Fort Lauderdale and Miami skylines just to the east and south of us. Miles upon miles of beautiful beaches.
Plenty of boats. Plenty of palm trees. Plenty of bikinis.
There was a few of those, wasn't there? Stars and Stripes on show yesterday. Out to fireworks, and the energy and the atmosphere for July 4th yesterday was something else. I think the fact it was a Friday night, it's generally a party town, this part of the world. Extra special last night.
I'm not sure I've seen a skyline at a cricket game, maybe apart from Diwali in India during October. You get a few fireworks, the bungers going off in the backdrop, but I've never seen a more potent display of fireworks than the ones that we saw last evening. Unbelievable. Broward County was lit up.
Done so well here, Cornet Dry. Great fun yesterday. Very, very memorable double header, and in between the first and second innings of the evening game, the fireworks flew.
Yeah, for as far as the eye could see, I went outside the commentary box last night and stood out the back, and the skyline 360 degrees. At some point we had a fireworks at it, and then it just dropped off about 11 o'clock. Just went boom, shut down.
Down on the beachfront, there was still a little bit going later than that.
Naughty.
Yeah, it's a great facility here, isn't it, Aidos? I like to call it the cricket capital of USA. The Broward County team have put so much investment into making this ground into the world-class facility it is here in Lauderhill. See some West Indies T20Is later in the month. They'll take on Pakistan here. I think it's a 3-match series. First time we brought Cognizant Major League Cricket down to Florida, the 4th venue in total. Dry's reintroduction into the starting 11 has been a very good move. He's been the pick of the bowlers for me.
Yeah, lots of off-pace deliveries has brought about the demise. Tell and then Bracewell. Smart bowling.
Well, superb figures. Recalled into the 11 for the 3rd time this season. He finishes with 2 for 25. It is 93 for 5.
There's a gangster and a Texan.
Queen.
Kings. Witches.
Mafia.
Trained killer.
What does that mean?
This is a story about dragons.
Family. Friendship. Can you handle more?
Of course.
How do you feel about violence?
War. Action. I want more.
So make 'em go.
That's the former CEO of USA Cricket, Don Lockerbie, who's heavily involved in that initial project here. It's grown and grown. The additional stands have been added. The practice pitches to the side. We saw the media facilities go in. We've got the hospitality tent there, the white building you can see. Narayan returns for his 4th and final. Now, the way in which he got Nicholas Pooran, quite a brilliant piece of bowling.
Yeah, that's the previous delivery on a good length, and then that little bit of deception with a bit more width as well. Nicholas Pooran does like to play in to out. So you've got that not only change of line, but a slight change of length as well. Always at the stumps. Never forget that first shot he played off Narayan. In to out, over cover for 6. But this one here is the wicket. So yeah, just trying to guide it down. He'll be disappointed. You could see when he came off, he was so frustrated. He was set for another big one.
Actually the 5th time that Sunil Narayan has got. Just sense here 4 times in fact that Narayan's got Pollard. Pollard's trying to just see him off, isn't he? Try to get through the allocation and then probably go large in the last 4 overs that remain after this.
He's always had a very good strategic mind, Corin Pollard, in this format of the game. Knows when to go. He knows also that he can catch up as well when he pins his ears back. Weighs about 450 kilos. Once the ball is hit, it stays hit.
There's our stake projected scores. 140 is going to take about 10 and over, thereabouts. That's what you reckon they need to get to. You're thinking could be par, His partnership's so important. Linda just tickles that round the corner. It's a good boundary. That will help.
Yes, smart batting. Cruising along. Obviously set themselves to get around that 130, 135 of mark. And it's just really good technique. Just staying neutral to the line of the ball, not backing away, not going the other side of the ball. This boundary after 15 balls.
They do survive Narayan's spell. He'll finish with 1 for 20 from his 4. It's 99 for 5.
We are suing the crown for genocide.
General Dyer ने genocide के लिए military को misuse की.
वो लोग आतंकवादी थे. They wanted to burn Amritsar down.
General Dyer is guilty of genocide.
They must be feeling the pressure now. But this is Wimbledon.
Only on Geo, Hotstar and Star Sports Network.
The very fact that there are many pairs of rather snazzy sunglasses shows us that we have much better weather. We love it. Absolutely love it. More sun, I say. Oh, well bowled. Nicely kept out. Brings up the 100 as well as it squeezes off onto that leg side.
Yeah, if you get an opportunity to bowl to Kieran Pollard, Yorker is the perfect one. Hard to execute on tailing in a little bit as well. Such a big frame, tall guy, jams the bat down just in time. Single as well, so good outcome from MI New York. Pollard is really the key here, isn't it? 5 overs left. Four overs left. This is where he absolutely can capitalise on. He's been so strong down the ground, and we saw that the other night as well. Despite the fact that at a point the MI New York side was really out of it, but Pollard was the one that just gave them some hope by launching a number of deliveries over the boundary rope. Amazing that he's still got it.
Yep, he still does for sure. Powerful batter. And he's going to show it to us some more. Wonderful strike. Doesn't quite get into the block hole and is punished. Added to that stake tally of 6s.
Yeah, such a strong guy. Step hit length. Because of his bottom hand as well, he's got that ability to really hit the ball powerfully. Yeah, in the slot, and disappears as well. Yeah, you got to watch out. It does ricochet a fair bit, and Kieran Pollard, he's a little bit distressed. Because as a player, you never want to see the fans get injured.
Yeah, unfortunately that bounces off the steps and goes towards it, and that's kind of difficult to avoid, I guess, because you don't expect it's going to come to you as you watch it there and it's in the distance. Shouts of catch it, nobody will, because that's hard enough, it's long enough, and it's gone all the way.
Here he goes. Pollard is on the charge, and this one did not miss by that much from a Yorker length. He just dug it out. Strong bottom hand. Certainly on the fuller side of the slot, but still. Another NTT 6, 289 feet. Russell executed a perfect Yorker the first delivery. Last one didn't, and it just shows you what happens when he misses.
And then nudged onto the onside and a shout of push. He's thinking of getting back, but not able to. Yeah, so critical at the back end here. You're talking about the last 4 overs, and in this particular leg, because of the way the pitch has gone, you want players who can get to the boundary at the back end of the innings. You look at him in the most sixes in T20 there, and he's second only to Chris Gayle. Yeah, absolutely smashes them. Gayle and 4 in this match. Universe boss, I tell you. He is some way ahead. 17 done, it's 116 for 5.
Business intuition. What if it could be engineered into every part of your business? Imagine if banks could listen for telltale signs of fraud. Drug production could sniff out impurities. Cars could feel when your plans change. At Cognizant, we use technology to engineer businesses to do what others can't. Anticipate expectations and act instantly, as if on intuition.
Yep. We would have all of them if Chris Gayle was still playing in here. Pollard is showing us his 6 hitting. Andre Russell will have an opportunity. And so will Alex Hales. Nicholas Pooran had a go. Nicely played, just worked onside, on top of the bounce. Just a single. Let's get downstairs to Arman Patel.
Well, Pommy, I might be in your kind of spot, but maybe not exactly what you were after. I'm in the night club. No, Pommy, not that one. This one right here. They got it on their shirts. It's a fan of Knight Riders fans. Now, where are you guys coming from to watch today's game?
Coming from New York.
Okay, did you guys drive or you flew down?
We flew down.
Flew down, okay. Now, you guys are from New York, but you told me you're from somewhere different. Where'd you come from today? West Palm, Florida. All right, so now one family gets to come in and watch Knight Riders. How cool is it to share this with your family?
It's cool. It's nice. It's good just being with the family.
Brilliant. Well, I'm going to come over here now because you're very much smiling and you've been calling us over. Now, everyone is rooting for the Knight Riders. Why are we rooting for the Knight Riders?
We're rooting for the Knight Riders because we want them to win.
Fair answer. Fair enough. All right. Well, since you told me you're the cricket expert, I'm going to have to ask you a couple questions here. This guy's a cricket expert. They're claiming all to be cricket experts until we get down here. He's just getting into cricket. All right, well, we see this ball bowled here. And just short of the man. If it were to be a wicket, how would you have signaled it? How does the umpire signal a wicket?
I would have got up and raised my flag.
You would have raised your flag. And now you did something. What was the signal you had? He did it right. All right, you got a little bit to learn, my man. The nightclub, they're having a good time.
It was a case of mistaken identity.
I wondered where he was going, Pommy, with that.
Yeah, same. Remitly leading wicket takers. Haris Rauf, 17 wickets. I wonder if he's okay. I wonder if he's able to continue left the field in their previous game. With Bartlett, Mitchell Owen. Oh, nicely fielded. puts himself about. Deadlift from Skalkvik. I wonder if they think that they have kind of done a good job here, LA Knight Riders, and they speak just in the context of this pitch and the way it's gone, and we've looked each time and said perhaps you kind of want to be around 7.5s, 8s, 8.5s as a test for your opposition. Oh, bottom of the bat, right at the bottom. Simple enough catch for the Spiceman. And George Linder only managed 1-4 and has got to go back. Normally a big hitter and able to whack it out the ground. Not so on this slow surface.
Yeah, not ideal for MI New York to lose wickets with just a couple of overs left. Yeah, through the shot, toe end of it. And with no clouds or no smokes from the fireworks, easier to see the ball. George Linder departs for 13. It's 121 for 6.
I'll do my best. That's why it's yours. The world is on the brink of war. Work with me, Sam. Help me rebuild the Avengers. Captain America. You don't even know what this is.
Trent Bolt has made his way out to the middle. He'll try and strike a blow or two. Importantly, he'll have to run very hard. Make sure that he gets back to the non-strikers and allows Pollard to go to work. Holder. Bang! And away it goes. MI New York will love this. That's just how to start the over.
Yeah. The plan of going Yorker, cross-seam delivery there, missed. Low full toss. He didn't even get it out of the middle of the bat. That's how strong and powerful he is. And it cleared easily an NTT 6, 279 feet. And in this Cognizant MLC, Kieran Pollard is showing that he is still able to inflict a lot of pain on the bowlers. And it's so important. We've seen him in that blue uniform everywhere around the world, really. Especially in India, he is dominated. But again, he is showing his experience.
And there is that necessity to make sure that you go at it at the right time. So at the back end of the innings here, as a bowling group, you're put under pressure. And you don't want to miss too many times. And particularly when you have a batter, powerful batter like Pollard, who's on strike. Because that's what can happen. 2-2. That one even further out of the ground. And it's 50 up to Kieran Pollard. Just 34 balls, just 1 4 and 4 6s.
Can you believe it's his 64th 50 in T20 cricket and his second in this MLC? I don't mind the plan of going short, changing it up, because he's just been plonking on that front foot, but again, still good enough. He celebrates and his team is happy. Because if MI New York can get to that 150 mark, your San Francisco Unicorns defend it.
I take pace off here. Yep, he does. Into the pitch with pace off. Excellent fielding.
Doesn't take a single, and I don't mind that. he really would love to have that cover, and even Jason Holder, who's at long off, a lot straighter. He is going to tug everything to the leg side. Maybe even potentially have 4 fielders out on the leg side, not just the 3.
Fielder takes the catch. It's straight to him. A celebration there by Jason Holder to illustrate the importance of the strike with still 8 deliveries to go.
Yeah, the plan of around the wicket and bowling to the wide line from Van Skalkwyk meant that Jason Holder, and he's trying to fetch it from that length. He's still trying to tug it to the leg side, so he does hit it straight down Jason Holder's throat. A well-made 50, just off 36 deliveries, 133 for 7.
These are the bears.
There's probably one really true thing about restaurants. You are never alone.
I don't want to hide from things. This place is fancy. I'm not fancy. They're beautiful.
Sometimes I feel like your word family is part of your family.
If you're lucky.
Not now, homie.
Nostish Kenjige. That's in the middle. Now, how many at the back end here can they get away? Little nudge, they'll take just one. What they have to try and ensure is that they use all the deliveries. Played well, Pollard.
Yeah, what's been the most impressive thing about him this tournament is that he's assessed the situation so well, because he's been in so many situations. He knows, okay, I don't need to flick the switch just yet. He figures out the perfect time, the perfect bowler to attack. Goes with the breeze, shorter side of the boundary, all of that.
They'll run. Oh, wow. 19 done, it's 135 for 7.
Young King of Centre Court retains the crown.
I'm not stopping now. I'm relentless. I hold all of the power, and this is why I wear the crown. I hold all of the power. I wear the crown.
This is an epic story.
One thing I want to highlight, this is Trent Bolt, just on strikers end. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Maybe don't go across the line. Go straight down the ground. But he's funny. He loves his cricket. He has a good time. And watch out for the running.
He's on strike. A rush, running 2 was the shout. They should get back. Yeah, good running. A good result, that first one. Have a look at this. You can't make this up. You cannot make that up. And then, next innings. Couple of pirouettes again. And a run out again. Oh, down. Andre Russell puts that down, and it allows MI New York to get another couple and Bolt to continue.
This is crucial runs. I know we're only talking about 139, but given the fact that No team has scored over 170. You need to take these chances because a couple of runs here or there, and given the fact that the LA Knight Riders have struggled with the bat as well, they want to be chasing as few as possible.
More distance between them. I reckon they'd have been standing close to each other chatting before, not after the drop catch.
Whoa, whoa!
Then he celebrates. Not sure if you can hear what we hear from the stump microphone.
Say what?
Exaggerated in how high it was. Yes, it was a wide, but he's going, whoa, whoa, and looking at the umpire and then celebrating when he's given it.
Can we please mic him up when he bats next time? I feel like do you know almost the masters in tennis? They play and they're talking and they're carrying on. There's theatrics. That's exactly what Trent Boulder's doing. Holder's not finding this funny.
Particularly after drop catch. And let's remember, yes, it was by 1 run, but 147 was defended. What that does is it emboldens teams and feel that, okay, well, if we get around 150, we can put you under pressure. And on the other side, with some teams that sort of turn up and 1, 2, 3 down. .48 it was that was defended, and so with those sort of middling, and you normally just say below par scores, you don't expect that the team batting second would have any trouble. So now that you kind of know it's in and around there and you can have some sort of a game, don't want to be allowing teams to get there, and not with elementary errors. Two deliveries. Can they get them away to the fence? 7 off this one so far. Hold him. Beautiful Yorker. Right into middle stump. And the Bolt sojourn comes to an end.
Yeah, I reckon this was a bluff around the wicket. Had changed the field. 2 fielders out around that point cover region. Excellent Yorker. And Jason Holder, just to remind who is boss, I am Trent Bolt. He departs for 7. It's 142 for 8.
Happy birthday, Bharti Didi!
अंदर की बात बताई।
मैंने अकेली ने पैदा किया, कोई डॉक्टर नर्स कुछ नहीं।
देखा, डॉक्टर ने भी मना कर दिया था, पैदा नहीं करेंगे।
ये 60 रुपए में पैदा हुई है।
60 रुपए के हिसाब से बहुत बढ़िया हुई है।
Love the Chefs Unlimited Entertainment, Colors और Jio Hotstar पर।
Ugaka, youngster. He's out there and he's got 1 ball to face. He can smash it as far as he likes. Or try and ramp it. Oop, run out. Bullseye. Nicely done. Behind the stumps. And they'll still be happy with their work in terms of where it ends up, not in terms of how it was done and the details in it all. At 142, they were happy to try and chase down.
Yeah, they've done well, the LA Knight Riders. It's important to pick up wickets. It just gives you a little bit of more momentum into the first part of the second innings. Pollard inflicted a little bit of pain at the back end, but they were able to dislodge him before he really started to go hard. Head coach, sharing the love. trying to motivate the team because they're desperate for a victory. MINY York. This is Pooran, 30 off 24. A couple of starts there. Bracewell, Pollard, the real standout. Strike rate of 139.
A look at the bowlers. And by and large, when you have 142 in 20 overs, you'd say that they'd be happy with their work. They'd have loved a little bit more support from the field, and if they could just have, I don't know, shave off 10 and maybe 12 off there, they'd be that bit happier. 3 for 24 for a fun scalp fake. He's the pick of the bowlers. 1 for 20 from Narayan, who generally goes well and gave a lot of trouble. 14 dots as well. Let's get downstairs now to Andrew Lim.
Got Cornet Dry alongside me. Cornet, you've had to wait a little bit of time to get your third chance this season. How good did it feel to be out there?
Yeah, it was great. I think as a bowling unit, we've all understood our roles and what we need to achieve. So it's good just contributing to the team.
Has it been a little bit frustrating sitting out? You played just one game in Oakland and one game in Dallas.
No, not at all. I think we understand our roles in the team. Each person out here has got their role that they need to do. We want the team to do well, so whatever my role is, be it on the bench or on the field, I just want to do that really well.
Happy with that total in the first innings, backing your batters now to chase that down?
Yeah, I think so. Polly's such a world-class finisher. The way he batted at the end, their summed up conditions was really good. So I think we were happy getting him out there. I think we would have taken it. We need to keep wickets in hand and 1 or 2 partnerships, and I think we can do it.
Final question, just your assessment of that pitch. Again, is it a bit tacky, a bit sticky?
Yeah, a little bit slow, a little bit tacky, but I think once again, if you get in, give yourself a chance, I think you can score runs on it.
Cornet, delighted to see you go so well today. Best
Thank
of luck in the second innings.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Cornet Dry in and 2 for 25 for him. So 143 is what the Los Angeles Knight Riders need to get here if they are to win. We find out how they go in just a little bit.
तुम्हारे पास जो इज्जत और नौकरी है ना ही तुम्हारी काबिलियत से मिली और ना ही तुम्हारे बाप ने दिलाई।
इंडिया में तो ऐसे बहुत सारे केसेस हैं।
तब भी तुमने किसी को कुछ नहीं बताया इस बारे में।
तो क्या मैं भी तुम्हारी तरह पत्थर दिल हो जाऊं?
कोई गलती से मुंह मत खोल देना। केरला पुलिस मतलब ये वाकई चोर पुलिस की आंख मिचौली का खेल था।
राहुल, तेरी वजह से पूरा प्लान कैंसिल हो गया। रहने दे।
सुन, बडीज के साथ क्रिकेट स्क्रीनिंग का प्लान बनना फास्ट, सेम प्लान कैंसिल होना उससे भी फास्ट। उसी क्रिकेट मैच के स्कोर अपडेट्स ESPN क्रिक इन्फो पे मिलना सुपर फास्ट। सुपर फास्ट स्कोर अपडेट्स के साथ और भी बहुत कुछ मिलेगा।
For fast scores and a lot more, download the ESPN Crick Info app now.
These are the bears.
There's probably one really true thing about restaurants. You are never alone.
I don't want to hide from things. This place is fancy. I'm not fancy.
They're beautiful.
Sometimes I feel like your work family is part of your family.
If you're lucky.
Not now, homie.
Pro Kabaddi League coming soon only on Star Sports Network and Jio Hotstar.
Yannick Sinner, number 1 की पोजीशन पे है।
I got the power, I got the greatness, I got the levels to take me above. This is my
It's a crucial game for both of these two teams in cognizant MLC. MI New York batting first after LA Knight Riders won the toss and said they would bowl. Pollard, with a half century of just 36 balls, has pushed that score up to 142. It's one of those scores where you feel the bowling side is in it, and so is the batting side in that chase. So it's going to be fascinating to see how it all works out. But first of all, MI New York, they were up first with the bat this time around against LA Knight Riders. And we've seen at this ground that in the power play can be really tough for batting. The ball just seems to stick in the surface, but the batters are continuing to go for their shots.
Yeah, sticky wicket, as we say on the trade. So humidity around, lots of rain. The batters, they're trying to play extravagant strokes early on against the new ball inside the first 6 overs or so. Then you take big risk. Should have been taken. Chund should have got across a bit better. Didn't. Pooran, saying one of the best in the business in T20. Just there a little bit with Bracewell. But sooner on had other ideas. Got rid of him. Smart catch to get rid of Michael Bracewell, the other lefty. Aaron Pollard, thrashing blade. Edges here and there. Have to keep sensible and some lovely stroke play. If you missed your Yorker or just got in that slot length where he can get under you, Pollard will do that. George Linder didn't last long. Tried to go downtown, came second. But you miss your Yorker, as I say. You're slightly off, and Pollard is going to put you to the sword. 50, a nice round 50 of 36 balls. And then he got caught by his old mate Jason Holder on the fence. Front bolt, tail came in. Going to take those, Joe Russ. Expect better from you. And then Holder said, look, we've got to end this, carry on. Yeah, afraid so. So in the end, they got to 142 for 9 New York.
142 for 9 from a bowling perspective. Shadley van Skalkbak a standout again. He's had a really good season. 3 for 24 to him. Holder 2 wickets as well. Corner Dry back in the side. Had a good day too for 25. Now, I wonder what you think may be the best way to spend an afternoon. It could be chilling on the beach, maybe sipping a tall, cool drink, or it could be getting up and close and personal with a 12-foot beast. I'm not talking about Matthew Hayden. Let's find out from Aman Patel.
In Major League Cricket, it's home to all kinds of animals. We've seen orcas throughout the competition. We've even had unicorns. But when down in Florida, we're in gator country. So we thought, why not get on an airboat and go see these gators, maybe catch one just jumping out of the water. I've never seen an alligator before, so I'm ready for a once-in-a-lifetime type of experience. Alligators, here we come. Trust me, there is never a bad time to take a sip. That's a great white egress. That's the jackpot. Here comes Mama. Later, Gator. All right, this is brilliant. Cody, not Steven?
I think that's what it says.
It does say Cody. So you said this is the largest and slowest moving body of water anywhere in America.
Yes, sir.
That was brilliant. And you got very close to the crocodile.
Oh, it's just, we're locals. She knows us, like a neighbor.
I would never have gotten this close as this man was. Very brave. Thank you so much, sir. Absolutely incredible these airboats were. And again, got to see the crocodile just this close to the boat. I moved all the way away. I might have been the worst person to come and do this, but had a great time out here in Miami, Florida.
A great time for Aman Patel. Now, will it be a good time for LA Knight Riders, or will it be MI New York who celebrate at the end of this game? They need 143 to win.
Dominic Toretto, you don't know me. You're about to.
Get down!
We're being hunted. If a war's coming, we're gonna face him on the streets we know best. Daddy's gotta go to work.
He'll come at you and your friends with everything he's got.
We're going old school!
I don't have friends. I got family.
These are the bears.
There's probably one really true thing about restaurants. You are never alone.
I don't want to hide from things.
This place is fancy. I'm not fancy.
They're beautiful.
Sometimes I feel like your word family is part of your family.
If you're lucky.
Not now, homie.
This is an epic story.
I'll do my best. That's why it's yours.
The world is on the brink of war.
Work with me, Sam. Help me rebuild the Avengers.
Captain America. You don't even know what this is.
We are just about ready for this crucial chase. It is a big game for both of these two teams. They have to win to keep their hopes alive. LA Knight Riders have got a chance still, despite only having one victory so far this season. But they win their last two. They win well. If a few other results go their way, they can still make it through. New York in a slightly better position though, because they've won two. In a much better position to try and chase the Orcas, and their net run rate is a little bit more favourable than the Orcas. So, New York, they're in a slightly better position than the LA Knight Riders. However, the Knight Riders now know what they are chasing, and that sometimes can work in your favour. Danny Morrison, you know what you're chasing, so you can formulate the right plan.
Yeah, a lot of sides like to do that, and the captains like to do that at toss. They want to know the equation and to track it down. Also, they get to look at how the surface is playing early on. But here's a great opportunity. Alex Hales is back into the side of the playing 11. And he's played a lot of cricket. He's played just over 500 T20 matches. Full figure of Alex Hales. With Chun. Both good stroke makers, but he gets in and gets set, Alex Hales. He can be a wonderful bit of entertainment from him, his blade, and that's what they really are hoping for, the Knight Riders, in this contest. So when you get those 2 points, which both sides so desperately need, as you say, Natalie, look at those lineups, and there's some real talent on both sides. So both these big franchises, LA and New York, really have been sadly lacking, and this fellow has been. With all his experience and talent, Alex Hales is in a pretty poor tournament, left out of the side for a bit, and he really needs to find his mojo and get going. Chund, he's been good, but this is Andre Fletcher, so you get the Spice Man starting up. There's been different partnerships too for LA because they've really struggled. Bolt's going to start, sometimes does, sometimes doesn't take the very first over. But I think in these conditions, certainly the best way to go. Let's see if the Spice Man and Alex Hales can have a bit of fun inside the first 6 overs.
So Unmok Chand will be possibly coming in next. Or I should say Unmok Chand should be coming in next, we suspect. He did, for the first 3 games, he batted at 3. Then was opening since then, so a little bit of a change for him. Bolt. Previous game, there was a wicket with the first ball. This time it's negotiated, but he is a master in this first over of a T20. He puts batters under pressure, and Hales will be under pressure to score some runs because, as you mentioned, he's had a really poor season. He's played now his 6th game, but 5 innings before this, and he scored 25, but the rest were all in single figures. He's up against Bolt, possibly, depending on how this over goes, with Fletcher facing up first. A little on the straight side there for Bolt.
There's throw coming back, but yeah, it's just freakish stat there we showed you on the graphic there. 43 occasions in the very first over of a T20 match, and Bolt's fronting up. He's taken a wicket. Throw what you want, and you think about how long he's been around the scene and played a lot of franchise T20, Trent Bolt, and of course for his country with New Zealand. Master that left arm. Everyone loves a left arm swing bowler with pace and guile. Lovely searching length we go on about from the pace bowling fraternity the other night here. I mean, that's a cracker. There's Umuk. Oh yeah, kept it on a little low, but it wasn't a great stroke from Russell, has to be said. And then Spicy got frustrated, couldn't find the fence or go over. So 4 for 17, player of the match award, no doubt. He's on song, and in a good groove is Trent Bolt.
Got to be quick, does Hales, and so does Fletcher. There's his 2nd best figures in T20s for Bolt the other night. That 4 for 17, his best 4 for 13, so not far off his best. And at a crucial stage for his team as well, because they're looking to put some big wins now. Maybe sneak in again to the playoffs as they did in season 1. Were the eventual champions there. As LA Knight Riders are looking to get to the playoffs for the first time in Cognizant MLC. Between the wickets, been pretty good so far. They're showing good intent with the running.
Urgency if you're not finding the fence. And Bolt, amazing, isn't it? 2 fourfers. Those best figures you just mentioned that. 4 for 13, that 4 for 70, but no 5 for 270 T20s. You'd think going around of it, really, it's that little bit. You just have a day, right? Day out, get a 6 for even sometimes. He's just such a good exponent of the Yorker and up front, and then those bookend overs right at the end to get people out. So often does.
This time there was a bit of indecision, and a hit would have been very, very interesting. By the reaction, that might have been out. It's 5 without loss.
Business intuition. What if it could be engineered into every part of your business? Imagine if power grids could hear outages ahead of the storm. Health systems could see across the whole landscape. Airwaves could taste new speed limits. At Cognizant, we use technology to engineer businesses to do what others can't, anticipate expectations, and act instantly, as if on intuition.
First over brought 5 runs. There was a 2 and 3 singles. We saw a lot we can really consider positive intent with the running between the wickets. However, this one, a hit would have brought the first wicket. Have a look at this. It's tight. This is the value of direct hits. In the first wicket. Linda will take up the duties from our end. We've spoken a lot about how tough it is to bat in the power play on the surface. So the running between the wickets is important. If you can keep it ticking over that way, you can certainly do the job. But a run out there, well, that could have caused a bit of indecision with the batting and the running between the wickets. Interesting field. field, and he'll have the slip, and then it's almost a wide. He's quite close in at mid-off, or almost a straight extra cover. He's in a little bit of a strange position.
It's Nicky P, isn't it? It is a catching position, no doubt, on the edge of the square. But I like George Linder, tall, left armour. Hello, taking it on. Didn't quite get there. He's got lucky here. It's the Spice Man, Andre Fletcher. He's been dancing down a bit in the other two venues, but you've got to be very careful here with the slowness of the surface, the grip, bit of bounce. And we've waxed lyrical about it, the conditions here and how tough it is. Look at the sand they've added to Lauderhill. So George Linder, he won't mind that. He said, good on you, have another crack, I dare you. But Pollard, a very straight long off. And the other man out the leg side protecting that squarish boundary. This will be intriguing now, because Hales, he's only just had the first ball, got off the mark, and now he finally gets a bit more strike. So mainly Fletcher, 9 from 9. Hales approaches this, does he look, or does he think he's getting out that one wood?
Yeah, he's only faced the one delivery so far, Hales. Obviously the discussion was take the singles. Even though they've got fielders in quite close in a ring, they are making sure they keep it ticking over with singles. If you don't get the boundaries, you can still have a decent power play, especially when you're chasing 143, which is not a massive target. So now we'll have a little change of tactic against Fletcher. Extra man in on mid-wicket. Bracewell moves out of slip. Oh dear, there's a slip. As he turned, he slipped. There was, first of all, the miscommunication between the two, yes, no. And then as he turned, he slipped mid-pitch and couldn't make it back.
Sorry, Andre, there's not a run there. He's been taking a few risky singles. It was just so unnecessary. Hales was ball watching a bit. Fletcher wanted it, but he does slip, and it's the downfall. But there really wasn't a run there. He's run out miles. It wasn't the greatest throw going around, but in the end, it was such a calamity for Fletcher. He's gone for just 9, and the Knight Riders lose their first one. They're 1 down at 11.
Young Team India's batting grabbed the eyeballs. England's baseball snatched the victory. Now it's time to teach them how comebacks are scripted. Watch India Tour of England third test. Start watching free on Jio Hotstar.
This is an epic story.
Yet again, the LA Knight Riders struggle with the opening partnership. It's been the story of the season for them, where they haven't been able to get up to good starts. This time around, just 11 from that opening partnership. Starts off with Fletcher calling him through, and Hale says no. Turns, he slips. As we said, not the best throw. Wasn't quite on target, but he did release it quickly. And Quinton de Kock's got good hands.
Good stuff. Is that Bracewell, is it? Not there. Michael B, well done. I just wondered too with the Spicy if he had the spikes at the back. Just wonder if he did, or sometimes like the golfing shoes, just have that rubber type spike. But, yeah, it's a bad slip. On the pitch, sure, it's going to be a bit greasy. There's a lovely covering of grass here at Lauderhill. A lot of the batters like the half spikes at the front, but they won't have it at the back on the heel. So I wonder if Fletcher had that or not.
There's another example as well of just pushing in front of your body. The slow nature of the surface, it's not always that easy. And that's a remotely speedy delivery as well from Bolt, 85 miles per hour.
Yeah, hard hands, pushing out in front. Natural thing, you just want to feel the ball on the blade early on, the batters. Streaky four, but you'll take them all. Wide slipping, and it's Michael Brace with those big mitts of his alongside the cock.
Not much control in the shot, but he still manages to get it fine enough for a boundary.
He's gone short and banged it in here. Mucked. Oh, it's a good height from Bolt. No control there. Top edge. What a fortune here for Mokchan. Yeah, look away almost. But high on the blade. It races away. Shoes just looking there. Whoop. Well, he got on the outside of the shoe too, so he got to the side and no grip there. Bye-bye Spicy.
Really moving his feet, and yet another remotely speedy delivery from Bolt. He's getting the pace up, 86 miles an hour.
Yeah, in the groove. So his rhythm's good. We're chatting to Trent Bolt. The course of Florida, ran into him with his wife, and there's 3 sons out here. His in-laws are here, so I was catch up, and he's saying, yeah, fitness is good and rhythm. The swing, bit of movement, loving it here in Florida.
Off that over, it's 21 for 1.
This broadcast is presented by Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs, co-presented by House of Glenfiddich, Jaguar, Bath & Life, ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund, and OnePlus, up your game, in association with HP Lubricants Power to Perform, and higher QD Mini LED TV.
Sun up early, excellent.
22 is required by LA Night Riders to register just their second win of the season. History in MLC has not been good either. Now, from a comparison point of view, very similar. Look just slightly ahead at this stage. LA Night Riders know what they're chasing. But very straight, and even in the previous over, it just seemed like he got it just a little too straight, where you saw the effectiveness of Akil Hussain. He was sort of getting off middle stump and then getting it to turn.
Captains hate this, let alone the bowler who's delivered it. 5 to the total. It's the very first ball of an over, and you've got to fight back now. George Linder. Get it right. Put some more, try and get some pressure back on the Night Riders. Even more. It's that line there. Sometimes a bit greedy as a bowler, you know it's going to turn and grip a bit and go. But you just get a little too straight, and he's guilty there, that George Linder. Chun, very good sweeper. You've got 6'5" tall Alex Hales with all his reach.
More where I think he wants to be. Hales is an incredible career, but just really struggled in this tournament. His 500th match in the tournament, 98 innings. It's better again by George Linder. Get any purchase. Let's have a look at the tournament for Alex Hales. Played 5 games and then was left out. And now back in the side. Spencer Rothman-Powell. Pulled through quickly. Was definitely a non-striker's call.
Acknowledgement there from Hales, just a clap of the bat. Good stuff, because he's trying to find his way here, Hales. Trying to get in and just have a little look, and then patient enough to say, look, I like the ball coming on better. Is what all opening batters love. They prefer that pace on the ball, so just hang in there. The other bowlers.
Just thought he was in with a chance there for a second, George Linder. Those catches in place on the offside, quite close in.
Can he get out of the over here, Linder? First one at 5 wides. I'm going for 8 here, considering.
It's really good. He's started to find his line a bit there towards the end of the over. It's 29 for 1.
Young Team India's batting grabbed the eyeballs. England's baseball snatched the victory. Now it's time to teach them how comebacks are scripted. Watch India Tour of England third test. Start watching free on Jio Hotstar.
Just winding down the group stage of Cognizant MLC 2025. 3 games to play after this one, and a lot still at stake. Top 2 qualification for 3 teams, and the other 3 battling for 4th place. Nosh Kenjige into the attack in the power play. Teams have thrown a lot of spin at Unmukt Chan this season. Strike rate around 95 against the spin, and against the pace been around 140. And understand Linda and now Kenjige with the 2 right-handers.
Seen since we've come here to Lauderhill that the ball has turned a lot more than the other 2 venues. But today, for some reason, it's not sticking in the pitch as much. And I know a lot may be exactly of how different players release the ball, the seam presentation. The spinners haven't been as effective as we have seen in previous matches. What that does for LA Knight Riders, and especially Alex Hales coming back into the side, is he can take his time a little bit as well. Total that isn't past the par score. He's only faced 7 deliveries out of the first 4 and a bit overs, so still trying to get used to the conditions. But the scoreboard isn't putting him under pressure either.
Get a good gauge later on when Salam Keel potentially and Noor Ahmad, Mohsin, wrist spin utilised on the surface. Could it be overhead conditions as well? Sun is out today for the first time.
The great late Shane Warne used to say, if it can seam, it can spin. So yeah, I do think conditions, overhead conditions, are really important. The pitch has stayed pretty tacky all the way through all of the matches, but the sun has been baking down on it since that little light shower before the toss. Maddie's founder, finally, Danny Morrison.
Brave in the crowd. 32-1.
Welcome to our enchanted island. It's closer than you think. Experience the most extraordinary adventure, all in one perfect place. Visit Trinidad.
Signed it. All smiles. How does that phone work? What are we doing?
The 2 boundaries conceded in the first 31 deliveries. Now remember their last power play against this team a couple of days ago, 35 for 3. Also, they're just chasing 1-4-3. This is the Lakers said, you've got much more time. You've got significant power to come. Having a ball, Danny Morrison.
Yeah, there's been a few little mishaps, hasn't there? The fact that Alex Hales just wanted to get in front of point. He took off. Thank goodness there was a call from Umuk Chand, the non-striker, straight away to say no. Seen the first wicket because of a run out. Fact that Alex Hales there, they had one extra fielder off to the offside. So it was these guys in the circle, those 4 players, are really hunting as a pack to ensure there's no singles, that they can't get it through the offside as well. He does. He took the risk. Umuk Chand showed all 3 stumps. Valiant dive, just wasn't able to reel it in.
Precision from Unmuk Chan, first boundary in 3 overs. So there would have been pressure building, although their head just about on par with the asking rate. One thing you notice in Pooran's captaincy this season, been inventive with his field placing. Another thing, he's consulted Kieran Pollard throughout the season. Although, yes, Pollard handed over captaincy, there he is at deep long off. The 2 of them, especially at the back end of the innings, have been in constant communication about the right move, right decision at the given time. So experienced, the most experienced the game will ever see. 38-1.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Fan letters.
Oh boy.
How does it feel?
If anyone is gonna hold your attention on stage, you have to kind of be a freak.
Are you a freak?
Like a rolling stone. I don't even need to say his name. Mr. Bob Dylan.
A complete unknown.
This is an epic story.
Well, all the
stars come out, especially the youth cricketers of the USA. Sasha Velabaneni with me here. Sasha.
Hi, everyone.
Nice to see you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, of course. Now, you obviously have been in and around USA Cricket. You got the badge on with you. How cool has it been to see the growth of USA Cricket over the last couple of years?
I think it's incredible. Obviously, I started playing around 4 years ago, and at least in the girls circuit, just so many more girls are coming out and trying the sport. And having Major League now involved, it's so exciting for all these players to see their heroes come play in their hometowns, home ground. So yeah, it's really exciting to see the growth.
Yeah, and you've had kind of an exponential rise through the cricket. When you talk about you made your under-19 debut just last year,
yeah.
How cool has that been, and talk about the climb you've made?
I think that when I first started playing, obviously, like, it's every cricketer's dream to play for their country. So just being able to represent the United States it's such an honor. And I think that, like, the way that cricket has progressed in the United States, it's given me that pathway, especially with the domestic circuit. So I'm very grateful. I'm thankful, and I couldn't be more happy about the whole thing.
Yeah, you've mentioned that domestic circuit improving. You just came back from New York, where the under-19 nationals were. You captained the team up there. Talk to me about the growth of the girls' game.
So I think that around 2 years ago, there were 2 under-19 teams in the national level that we play, and now there are 4. So just the increase in teams shows the growth of girls' cricket especially, and just the talent that's coming out, the skill set. Everyone is so talented, and it just shows how much all the girls have been putting in the work, and the improvement shows on the field. So
yeah, and there's plenty of goals for the team as well, isn't there? The Olympics would be one coming in 2028. Talk to me about what the excitement is around with the girls about maybe representing the country then.
I think that it's such an incredible opportunity, and being in LA and on your home turf. So I think that a lot of girls are really looking forward to that opportunity, and they're putting in the work now. And so I'm really excited for not just myself, but everyone else, even the younger girls that are just now coming up. So yeah, super excited about that as well.
And what does MLC mean for you guys, and how has that affected you guys as well?
I think that coming out here and seeing some of my heroes come and play right in front of me, that's such an incredible and unique opportunity. And I think that it's really inspired the youth as well, just to see that there is a career in the United States, which is something that wasn't heard of a few years ago. So yeah. And
you're going to do it all in your home state of Florida. Sasha, it's been brilliant catching up with you, and enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you so much.
It's a lovely smile, Sasha. Beaming like the sun here in Broward County. And the sun has brought the crowd up. It's been a pleasant surprise, Lisa, when I walked out the door today to see how many people were here. Big West Indian diaspora here in Florida, and obviously a number of West Indian players playing throughout the day today. Still controlling the scoring rate. Knight Riders will be happy. Just one down though, 42-1.
Oil and gas industry makes $3 billion a day, but you got to secure the land and manage the people. It's the second part that can get you killed.
ये वाकई में दबाव महसूस कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये विंबलडन है।
जियो हॉटस्टार और स्टार स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर।
Lindo bowling his 4th over. Will be 4 on the trot.
Yeah, just wanted to highlight that. I thought it was quite strange that you have 2 left-arm finger spinners bowled 2 overs each, especially some in the power play and just outside. Just to highlight the reason for that, we've got Maz to kind of do a little bit of research and numbers, and Alex Hales in the last 3 years in T20, he only averages 18 and strike rate of 120, but he's been dismissed 21 times, the most of any certain type of bowler, hence why MI New York have decided to go with left arm spin, death by spin, both ends.
Hear that with Unmuk Chan struggles against the slower bowlers as well. That's his power play. Began with a few close calls for the Knight Riders. One run out almost, then the next one confirmed. Only 2 boundaries, correction, 3 boundaries in the first 6.
Back live.
Get back for 2, that will be critical in this chase. The running with the minimization of boundaries. First time we're seeing this. George Linda bowling 4 up front. No other bowler in the MLC this season has done it. Not easy because you always talk about batters lining you up.
But what it also tells me is that Nicholas Pooran realises that you've got to take the top order out of the LA Knight Riders. Opening partnership hasn't necessarily worked. Batting has been a struggle. Bowling, all facets really. Hence why these 2 teams are at the bottom of the table. But if you can take the top order out, what you do is unsettle the middle order and they get a little bit confused of what to do because things haven't gone well for the side. We've seen Russell come in at 3, decided to drop him at 4. Tromp is there. Shafane Rutherford had a good innings. Holder, they bat deep, but for some reason they just haven't been able to get the job done.
And if you're the Knight Riders, you know at some stage they've got to go to Ishan Adil, Ugaka, or even Pollard. So you're biding your time. 48 for 1.
These are the bears.
There's probably one really true thing about restaurants. You are never alone.
I don't want to hide from things. This place is fancy. I'm not fancy. You're beautiful.
Sometimes I feel like your work family is part of your family. If you're lucky.
Not now, homie.
The Lexus team standings really just bubbling up beautifully, isn't it, for a grand finale across the course of these final 4 games today and tomorrow. The weather, let's hope it continues to play ball with us. Would think that the chasing side very much the one that will be happier with their position, needing 95 more off the remaining 72 deliveries. Seeing run scoring be at an absolute premium here as the youngster Ugarkar, just freshly turned 22, will come into the attack. And as we just heard Gil and Lisa talk about there, maybe a case of them looking to target Ugarkar and Adil, who've tended to be a little expensive. And we got royalty in the house. Slashed away. Didn't feel slow enough, but it will get there. Hales finds a first boundary from his 18th delivery.
Yes, Lenny, I am king of my castle.
Yeah, they'll accept all of these. Doesn't matter. Just keep it ticking over. Partnership 41 from 38. Important. Yeah, there's a difficulty in trying to smite the ball away and to get a flow in your innings, and there's a necessity to sort of struggle through. Ensure that you're close enough or with the rate required when they're deliveries that are poor, bad deliveries that are opportunities to get boundaries. You can't afford to miss out on them.
They like the approach of this partnership. Haven't taken many risks, and they know they've got power to burn to come. And for MI New York, they've already used up, well, you could say 8 of their frontline overs, with Linda bowled out and Bolton Kenjige both having bowled 2. Not sure that's the order we'll see them come in. Rutherford definitely can float. All of a sudden we've got a feel of kind of the return of this match, but in the opposite direction, don't we, where MI New York chased it quite comfortably. The reason they got up to the total they did was thanks to this man.
A real fantastic 50. Another in the very long career of Aaron Pollard. No different in terms of the power that he has personified and illustrated over the years. Is it enough? That's the question. And all will be revealed soon enough. As we go, just watch it as we go, and I think some Hales being one, fighting against his instincts.
Eight runs come from Ugarkar's first over. And it'll be time for a strategic timeout. 56 for 1.
The doomsday clock might be out of time.
Come back.
I always come back.
We're on the verge of extinction.
Let's all try to stay positive.
Nobody said saving the planet would be easy.
Is that a dinosaur on your shoulder? Yeah. What?
मुंबई के डॉक्टर राज नागपाल को अपने गर्लफ्रेंड के मर्डर के आरोप में गिरफ्तार कर लिया है।
Myself माधव मिश्रा। इस लड़ाई में मैं आपका तलवार, ढाल और घोड़ा तीनों।
रोशनी सलूजा के मर्डरर्स को सजा जरूर मिलेगी।
देखा जी, फिर एक बार अवसर मिल रहा है।
अंजू नागपाल, आपको मर्डर केस में एज को अक्यूज गिरफ्तार किया जाता है।
चलती मैच में तीसरी टीम कहां से घुस गई? आपकी लड़ाई जो है सिर्फ लेखा अगस्त्य से नहीं, बल्कि आपकी पत्नी के वकील से भी है।
सेंटर कोर्ट के शहंशाह का ताज बरकरार।
यंग टीम इंडिया ने दिखाया बैटिंग का दम, फिर भी पहला टेस्ट जीतने से चूक गए हम, लेकिन कमबैक कैसे करते हैं ये अब हम कमबैक सब्सक्रिप्टेड। इंडिया टुमारो ऑफ इंग्लैंड तीसरा टेस्ट देखना शुरू कीजिए फ्री में जियो हॉटस्टार पर।
This broadcast is presented by Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs, co-presented by ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund, House of Glenfiddich, and Jaguar Bath and Light, in association with HP Lubricants Power to Perform and Higher QD Mini LED TV.
The best way to know a thing is to take it apart, put it back together.
Might be a hero in there after all.
Ironheart.
This is an epic story.
That was awesome.
Strategic timeout over. Who's going to make a better start? These two know each other well, to say the least. Fellow Trinidadians and enjoying the banter with each other. Saw a bit between Russell, didn't we, and Pollard in the first innings too. Great to see these guys still enjoying their cricket, whether they're coaching or playing. And long may Kieran Pollard continue. He's going to take the ball into his hand now. He's been pretty handy, actually, hasn't he? Used often as the 6th bowling option, but brought in as the 5th one this afternoon.
Yeah, you'd say it's normally an emergency option, because they go to when it's, particularly this tournament, things haven't gone well with other bowlers, and in the end Pooran has then kind of gone to Pollard to say, can you rescue this? Can you do something? I need an over, I need 2 overs. And in the end, sometimes has had him bowl even more because of the success. He's able to play mind games with batters. Being a batter predominantly, he is aware of what's required by the batters.
Yeah, I think if you look at how Ihsan Adil has struggled and Sonny Patel at points, I know he's not in the 11 today. Even had to turn to Heath Richards at one stage in one game, didn't they? So certainly Pollard's had to bowl maybe more than they would have planned him bowling at the start of the group stages, but he's been very effective when he's done so. Always in the battle, always in the contest.
Yeah, and you expect here with no pace in the pitch, with it sticking just a bit, that he'd be useful. And certainly make it more difficult for the batters. But yeah, he'd sort of infuse here and there, out the attack, back in, as and when, as you go. And you probably try and kind of do 1 or 2 earlier in the middle of the game, then only if necessary at the back end.
Great to see such a good crowd today, the largest we've had across the Florida leg, well over 2,000 in the house already, and that will continue to grow and grow. Get a really good vantage point, lovely views from all around the Broward County Stadium here.
Guyana well represented as we came in today, listening to the accents. Absolutely love it.
Nicely driven. Should get a couple. Lovely to see so much Caribbean flavour here, both in terms of on the park and in the stands, the 13 nations that make up the West Indies, and so much pride, home away from home here potentially. If you do want to come down, you can get involved just one more day here in Florida. Tickets.majorleaguecricket.com, and of course the 4 playoff matches, they are selling quickly, so do get on if you want to come and join us for the grand finales across those 4 playoff matches back in Grand Prairie in Texas. Two's the call, and very well judged. Gets home comfortably, brings up the 50 partnership. It's come at just a fraction over a run of ball. Very handy and effective runs.
That's who's coming up next. The Orcas taking on the Texas Super Kings. Yeah, Hetmeyer and the rest. Raza didn't go so well in their previous game. Need to try and get back on the path to qualification.
Seven runs come from Pollard's first, 63 for 1.
Your father believed in the rules of the heart. But the heart is not meant to rule. I am Paul Atreides, Duke of Arrakis! And I will do what must be done.
This is an epic story.
The Orcas playing this evening, Pommy, you may have a situation where if they went down to defeat, all of a sudden prospect and potential of one or maybe both of these two sides are watching right now could tie with the Orcas on 6 points. The first tiebreaker is net run rate before most wins or anything else. So MI New York have the best of the 3 sides at the bottom of the table. in terms of the net run rate scenario. Plenty of permutations to play out across the course of the remaining 4 games.
It's a run-a-ball partnership, but you can see, certainly with Unmukt Chand, that he is quite happy to nudge the ball and try and take 2 every now and again. Hales, who's back into the side, seems a little bit more kind of fighting his own instincts, which are to hit boundaries. He's got one. Got a hold of that, and away it goes, and that will kind of stave off the Wolves from the door, because he seemed just uneasy somewhat and champing at the bit to try and get something that he can smash. And so having done that, he can get back to what the plan is, which is make sure that you're in control of what you're doing. And they are. They're not far behind. 6.5 they're going at, and the required is just above 7.5. So everything's under control. They want this partnership to continue.
Yeah, the impetus he's got there has been from that shuffle outside the leg stump, just giving himself a bit of room. Allowed him to capitalise upon the slight drag down from Kenjigate. As long as they keep that required run rate in check, wickets in hand, should be thinking about a second win of the season. Chance. Kenjigate has his man. When he's pumped up, roars with delight. It's a wicket that MI New York needed, and Hales must wonder why, oh why, has he played that shot?
A timely strike, they needed the wicket. 57 the partnership, and having hit him for 4 a couple of balls before, decides he's going to go at him, but it holds in the surface and there's just enough turn, and so he is unable to catch up with that, and an edge goes sailing into the sky and is collected. Happiness for Kenjigate and MI New York. Hales gone for 21. The Knight Riders 68 for 2.
Far beyond the castle dwells the fairest one of all.
I was thinking the same thing.
Disney Snow White.
Now, the star for the LA Knight Riders in the previous game, remember back-to-back matches between these two sides, Sherfane Rutherford, 86 he made off just 44 deliveries. His highest career score. Left-hander to the crease, so we'll like this matchup against Kenjigate. Gets off the mark immediately.
Yeah, another look at the wicket. I said that it would have somewhat been cathartic, the fact that he got a boundary early, but clearly not. Cognizant clutch catch there for Tajinder. Yeah, happy too. Kind of between the two emotions, isn't it?
Elation, dismay, not quite sure. It's a wicket taking over. 7 off it, 70 for 2.
Business intuition. What if it could be engineered into every part of your business? Imagine if banks could listen for telltale signs of fraud. Drug production could sniff out impurities. Cars could feel when your plans change. At Cognizant, we use technology to engineer businesses to do what others can't Anticipate expectations and act instantly, as if on intuition.
Beautiful scenes. Perfect Saturday for cricket. A super Saturday with double header action. This fantastic Broward complex. Loving our time down here in Florida. So many bowling options do MI New York have that they still won't need to turn to Isan Adil yet. Michael Bracewell will come into the attack with the left-handed Rutherford out there in the middle. Critical period here. Required run rate escalates to over 8s. Now Rutherford's knock just a couple of nights ago was probably the standout batting effort that we've seen down in Florida so far. 86 off 44, 11 boundaries including 6 sixes.
Yeah, played beautifully. Generally he's a good striker. And what he did was just bide his time. Kind of made sure that he would nudge it along and then nudge it all the way for 6 and 4 every now and again. But batted some time. Didn't get a lot of help from his friends. That was the problem.
You're spot on. Next highest score 2 days ago was Andre Russell's 15. A remarkable knock. I loved that one-handed 6. It was almost baseball style, wasn't it? The full follow-through that soared out towards a square leg boundary. Plenty of potential. That was his best knock of the season by a distance.
He'll sort of need to do it again, and it's unfortunate that Hales kind of kept fighting, and I said it looked like he was fighting himself. In this format of the game, he's a master at it and has been at it for a really long time. And what he's known for is being particularly aggressive, but here can't take that same approach, and it looked like he felt that after a little bit of time he might be able to kind of go back into what is his normal mode, which is hitting boundaries and kind of stroke playing. But patience required here all the way through, and you've got to set it all up for a little window at the back end where you then finish it off. And that wicket actually might just present an opportunity, because there'll be a few more dots now, and so that rate might climb. And it also says with the dots that are put together, it means there has to be another risk taken, whether it is by Rutherford or by Unmukt Chand, and there could be a chance presented.
They're neck and neck, aren't they? You saw in the worm there. Remarkable to think of Alex Hales' season here in Cognizant MLC. 6 innings and best still of just 25. I suspect this chase might be going somewhere near the distance again, unless Rutherford or maybe Andre Russell bursts into life.
Yeah, not much cricket for Hales prior to turning up here, so it's not easy just to kind of pick up and be as good as you are known to be. 77 for 2 after 12.
Tonight, the LAPD apprehended Barry Berkman.
Why are you bringing up Buddy? Buddy doesn't care about you.
He betrayed me. I showed him how I really felt.
He was obsessed with us. He treated us like superstars. We're both victims here.
Well, the beautiful thing about cricket in America, you get all types of cricket fans. We got a South African flag down there. Hold it up. You can be prideful about it. But while those two, they're cricket enthusiasts. My man here, it's your first cricket game, I heard?
First cricket game ever.
All right, so how have you learned the rules so far? How's that been going around?
Oh, it's been amazing. You know, I looked up on YouTube last night, like comparing the rules of cricket to the rules of baseball, which is super helpful for me, a longtime baseball fan. And so, but it's been really great to see it live, learn the game, feel how exciting it is when there's a 4 or a 6, something like that. So it's been really cool.
And so, which one of these two brought you out? Or did they both? How did you get convinced to come out here?
Well, they both did, but I have to give the credit to my father-in-law. So as you can see, he's South African, and in South Africa, obviously, cricket's huge, and so he got me into it, and we're really excited to be here.
How cool is this to share this with your son-in-law?
Amazing to see him as his first game. We're really excited to see it. We're coming here to see some South African players. It's always nice to see them play, and we're very proud of him to come to his first game, and I hope he enjoyed it.
Absolutely brilliant. Well, since it's your first game, we thought, you know what, we'll give you a little bit of a surprise. Have you ever held a cricket ball before?
No, never.
All right, well, it's a moment for him. Here you go, my man.
Oh, my God,
so
thank you.
How does this compare to what you thought it was going to look like, feel like?
It's way harder than I thought it was going to be. I knew there was seam was coming around, but it's way stronger and, like, totally different from a baseball, which is what I thought it would more be like. So it's really cool. Thank you.
Well, the way he's holding it right now, we'll go back to
like this.
He's ready to bowl some pace out there, guys. He might be out there in 26 bowling. Here we go.
Let me go. Yeah, I'll bowl it pretty fast. These guys can do it. I can do it too.
Well, he believes. He's got the ball in his hand now. We'll give him some time to catch it around and then give us a proper little bowl. Maybe swing it a little as well.
Get a little spin on it.
Anand, remember to bring it back. Okay, it's not ours and you can't keep it. I'm sorry, dear fella. Anyway, tough going here in terms of grinding it out. 80 for 2, still only 2 down. Chund and Shafane Rutherford. Ugarka. It's causing some concerns. Concerns out here in terms of the sun beaming. A little change of pace, nice from Ugarka there. All part of the learning curve for him. With it 4 off. Yeah, 1 to go, and Rutherford, yeah, he's just having to be a little circumspect as well. A good look. Hales, well, he gobbled up 26 balls for just 21. It's for the hospitality and some of the owners. Orchard Edge, but no run to go. Just 4 off. Very good off the 13th, and the Night Riders, 81 for 2.
This broadcast is presented by Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs. Co-presented by Jaguar, Bath & Light, ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund, OnePlus, Up Your Game, and House of Glenfiddich. In association with HP Lubricants Power to Perform and Higher QD Mini LED TV.
This is an epic story.
That feeling, isn't it? Right down to the end. 7 overs left, and Worms just making confirmation. Wickets in hand, so key. That's what they do have, the Night Riders, and trying to track down 143. This man on screen is key. He's been out there, first drop. Be there at the end to get his team over the line. Purchase. A little bit too wide. Oh, no. Rutherford was not concerned about coming back at all. It was almost Chun said it, yeah. Stephen Fleming, coach of the Texas Super Kings. Teams to say, just getting here for a second of the doubleheader. Match 28. Orcas. Well, got thumped last night. Lovely placement. That's a lovely stroke from Shafane Rutherford.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. Now, Emma New York would have been hoping, obviously, to have Rutherford on strike as much as possible to Bracewell. But just getting it wrong here, Bracewell, in terms of his length. Trying to get the ball to turn away from the left-hander. Around the wicket, using that angle, but got it way too full.
Oof. That's better. Get it there to dip, and that's what he's looking for. And that, yeah, just that lovely little drop, that length, and get a bit of grip. See if he can keep asking questions. They certainly have to take some more wickets here to MI New York. And he's so good at this. He's just effortless and got leg side of the ball and just pumped it over extra cover.
I was just wondering when this little acceleration might come, and it seems that Rutherford has taken the responsibility to do that. Chance not going at a bad rate. That one rate required is just jumping up a touch. So this is a really important little phase here. Rutherford is dealing with it nicely. That's an excellent shot.
Pressure on Pooran now. Does he stay with Bracewell? He's just leaked a few of late. More food for thought for Nicholas Pooran and his captaincy, and who else can he go to? Got to get a wicket. Time that well, but they pick up another one. So 10 off, still 1 to go. Bolt's got 2 left. George Linder's bowled out. Jiggy's got 1 more. Apollo just had the 1 with his bag of tricks. So yeah, just to think about for Nicholas Pooran. Back to the right hander and right arm over from Bracewell. It's a little too full. So 11 off the 14th, 92 for 2.
I'll do my best.
That's why it's yours.
The world is on the brink of war.
Work with me, Sam. Help me rebuild the Avengers.
Captain America. You don't even know what this is.
.51 needed off the last 6 for the LA Knight Riders. Carl Crowe has joined us, assistant coach of the Knight Riders. Coach, 143 at the halfway stage. How did you guys want to set up chasing this score?
Yeah, and obviously wickets in hand are crucial, really. As you go through the competition, we've lost wickets early on a number of occasions. So I think having that solid base, and even though Hales didn't score so quickly, I think making sure we were 1 or 2 down going into sort of the halfway stage, giving us a great platform.
We've seen Andrew Russell come at 3 in the last couple of games today. You're holding him back. Tell us the thinking.
Yeah, I think obviously we don't want to be too predictable. You've got to think about the opposition, where their strengths are, where our opportunities are. So I think holding Dre back a little bit towards the end to be able to control more of the innings, and obviously we're playing really nicely here. If we need some more power to come in, obviously he'll come in at that stage.
Your bowlers, your assessment on the performance, was it improved? Were you happy with everything they put up?
Yeah, obviously really happy today. When you look at it, you think we've done a really nice start. We could have been out for 120. But then someone like Pollard comes into the crease, scores 50. You've always got to accept that good players are going to score good runs. So 140, yeah, we were really pleased. At the start of the game, we're definitely taking that.
And for a batter to do well on this pitch, you mentioned Pollard, we're seeing Rutherford now. What characteristics are needed to be displayed?
Give yourself a chance to get in. I think the conditions are a little bit tricky, and we've seen most guys taking a bit of time to get going and then sort of take your attacking shots. Even Pollard was quite slow to start with. Be okay with that, and then look to take your power game into the next sort of second half of your innings.
Coach, aside from today, in general, we always hear players talk about bowling meetings.
Yeah.
What does a bowling meeting entail? What does that look like? Without going into too many secrets, of course.
Yeah, I think, one of the things I think you have to do as an international or elite cricketer is look at your own strengths first. What we do very well. So the reviews take place in terms of some of the communication. Bowlers review the last game. How do we adapt to conditions? How do we bowl when they're under pressure? How do we get on top? Those kind of considerations. And then you look at the opposition, maybe look at some of their weaknesses, maybe look at where opportunities are to squeeze. Do you squeeze their batsman early? Do you sit back? Those kind of little nuances in the game, make sure everyone's on the same page and everyone knows what the captain's thinking about when you come onto bowl.
And what about bowlers bowling specific overs? Is that more of a captain instinctive thing, or is that planned?
Yeah, again, very, very much the conditions, we'll hear that word used match up a lot of the time in cricket. Maybe you got 2 left-handers in, so you go with an off-spinner and vice versa for left-arm spinner with right-handers. But yeah, and obviously you've got some guys who are specialists, some guys who bowl well in the power play. We've got 1 or 2 guys who bowl really well in the death, so it's trying to match up their skills with the position they're going to be bowling in.
Just for you as a coach, tell us about bowlers who are obviously trying to get better, but tournaments like this, they come so thick and fast, they're hectic. How much time can you actually put into development of skills?
Well, I think that's why camp at the start is very important. You're right, you're not necessarily going to improve quickly in a week, but it's about a case of how can we maximise your skills, what you have now. And then obviously the good thing about these tournaments, players are talking to each other as they go along. You know, everyone's always tinkering, new grip with the ball. How do you bowl this ball? How do you bowl your variations? And having the bravery to go for it in a competition is the key.
And is it something followed up on after the tournament, or do you maybe, like I know Narayan is someone you work with closely, do you have communication with them after the tournament?
Yeah, and definitely. Obviously, as this franchise world grows, you have similar players in 2 or 3 different sides over the year. So, yeah, that constant communication is key. And the players away from the tournament, even though you're not necessarily with them physically, you're still communicating with them. The good thing about WhatsApp and videos over, and you know exactly where that player's at in terms of their development.
Thank you so much for your insight, and we wish you all the best in this run chase.
No problem, thank you.
It was good to get some insight from the coaching staff. Carl Crow gets around the circuit, T20 and franchise tournaments, good stuff. 6 off, 1 to go here. Imbolt pick up a wicket now. A slower ball, it was a toe ender. Wide open covers. So just 7 off the 15th, 99 for 2 now.
We have faced down death, famine, war to hold these lands together.
You do not command the loyalty you think you do.
Rebels of Rohan, arise!
We have to get our people out.
Don't give up.
You're stronger than I knew. Rohan still stands!
The Royal leading run scorers. Yeah, it'll shift there. Finn Allen slipped down. He was long time number 1, but now Monak Patel and Matthew Short with an innings of 80 out of the match. Slipped down. Faf du Plessis, the top 5. And Shimron Hitmire, his runs of late for the Orcas. There's 3 player of the matches on the trot, but they came second last night.
How good is Matt Short? He's only played the 6 games. He's in second place. He missed the first few games and he's in second place.
Easy. Why wasn't he here? You greedier boy. Get some more runs. He looked a little tired and hot, didn't he? Last night off his 80.
Oh, Danny, somehow you always find a way to turn it around on the other side of things. We got 100 on the board now. The LA Knight Riders.
Jokes aside, he's played okay. Matthew Short. They lost Corey Anderson, injury there in Dallas. So, yeah, Matthew Short had to come into the side, and also captain. 43 now of 29, so it's just under 9, so it's just crept up a little. Desperately need a wicket or 2 now. Who am I? Dot.
And especially because the required run rate is up at 9.21. That's still very manageable for sure. But you get a wicket and then the pressure's really on. There's still batting to come as well, but pressure can make you do funny things. So, yeah. No, there's still a very manageable chase. A wicket here makes it very interesting.
Well, I'm a bit greedy. I think they need to knock over these 2. Rutherford, we know how destructive a player he is and so good. And Umuk Chand, who's nearly 50. And then you see you've got Russell to come in. Saif Badar. Young Tromp. Holder himself, the captain. Narayan can give it a slog. And Skogfake's no slouch either. He hits a long ball. So yeah, a lot of batting depth in the LA Knight Riders. Hence wickets. Wickets need to be taken now. Giving a little tickle another time, wouldn't it?
Just feels like pressure just telling a little bit on Rutherford. It's just one of those strokes where it feels like that pressure's starting to get him a little bit to score, because he had a couple of really good falls through the offside off Graceful in the previous over from this end. Now it's been very quiet in the over.
cue ender. Hit one, but the squeeze is still on. Only 2 with 1 ball remaining in this very good over.
Yeah, they're keeping it very wide, isn't it? Just out of that hitting arc and not wanting him to slog him to the leg side. Very much out of the area he wants it to be. So he actually did a really good job there, Garka, and he's in his 3rd over. He's only gone for 14. He's done a very good job.
Yeah, the pressure valve relieved. Chun's 3rd 50 in MLC this season. He has been a revelation for them. Can it be a winning half century? 51 for him. The Night Riders are 105 for 2. And I think it's going to be that time for a bit of a drink and a bit of a break. There's umpire Wilshane Samuels says, yeah, strategic timeout. Thank you, gents, with the Night Riders 105 for 2.
People think that because I have the voice of an 11-year-old girl, that my life couldn't be sexy and action-packed. But they're wrong. I have seen some pretty crazy stuff. I'm kind of a female Jason Bourne. And when I'm not saving lives, I'm breaking hearts. And like any hero, I have a nemesis. So all in all, you could say that I'm kind of...
What are you telling them? That it's like a Bourne movie? It's not like a Bourne movie.
You ruin everything.
सर, तो क्या आप मानते हैं कि उस वीडियो में आप ही हैं?
क्या पापा ने सच में बहुत बड़ी गलती की है?
मुझे जॉब चाहिए। तुम्हारी फर्म में कोई वैकेंसी है?
मिसेस तरुणिका गुणशीलन, इन्होंने आज हमारी फर्म को एज जूनियर एसोसिएट ज्वाइन किया।
तुम अभी प्रोबेशन में हो तरुणिका। तुम दोनों एक ही पोजीशन के लिए यहाँ पर काम कर रहे हो। तुम दोनों के झगड़े में बच्चों को मत घसीटो बेटा। मेरे बच्चे ही मेरी दुनिया है।
यंग टीम इंडिया ने दिखाया बैटिंग का दम, फिर भी पहला टेस्ट जीतने से चूक गए हम, लेकिन कमबैक कैसे करते हैं ये अब हम कमबैक स्क्रिप्टेड। इंडिया टूर ऑफ इंग्लैंड तीसरा टेस्ट देखना शुरू कीजिए फ्री में जियो हॉटस्टार पर।
13 अप्रैल को जलियांवाला बाग में जनरल डायर ने निहत्थे मासूम लोगों पर गोलियां बरसा दी। उनके हाथ में हथियार है। जलियांवाला बाग का सिर्फ एक ही सच है जो आज पूरी दुनिया जान ले। 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Fan letters.
Oh boy. How does it feel? For anyone who's gonna hold your attention on a stage, you have to kind of be a freak.
Are you a freak?
Like a rolling stone. I don't even need to say his name. Mr. Bob Dylan.
A complete unknown.
Welcome to America. Fate brought us together.
रोशनी सलूजा के मर्डरर्स को सजा जरूर मिलेगी।
इस लड़ाई में मैं आपका तलवार, ढाल और घोड़ा तीनों।
अंजू नागपाल, आपको मर्डर केस में एज को अक्यूज गिरफ्तार किया जाता है।
चलती मैच में तीसरी टीम कहां से घुस गई?
Admittedly, leading wicket takers. There's Harris Ralph there. Yeah, I said before, I wonder if he's okay, if he will be, having gone off the field injured. Xavier Bartlett's been very good. 16 wickets to him. Sort of unsung until just recently when he's crept up towards the top of that table. We're waiting Noor on that list as well. 38 from 24 before that delivery is the equation. And with the Rutherford there, they'd feel, the Night Riders, that they could get over the line, but you never know.
No-brainer at this stage, aren't they, Pommy? 36 from 23, 2 set batsmen at the crease. They've done it well. They've failed to take wickets, which is what Trent Boult was designed to do in the power play. They only got the one. So they've kind of matched them when you go the comparison direct. New York, 41 for 3 in that power play. In response, the Knight Riders 38 for 1, and then they slightly beat them through the middle stages, 58 for New York, 67. So it's trending that they've got this game well and truly sealed. Can they handle the pressure? Well, they've got a world-class bowler here that they'll have to contend with, who's got other plans.
It is the Knight Riders we're talking about.
And they've never won against New York either. And even when you go to the big dog franchise, they've got a 70% win record over Knight Riders as well in the IPL. So they've got plenty to play for here. Mumbai pretty good at getting a bit of a sniff at a trophy. They've got to win this one to really stick in there. And of course it's a must win, and some other results come their way for the Knight Riders.
With 35 off 22. Oh, no run there. He's played well though, Unmukt Chand. And not just today. A royal, fantastic 50. Most impressive here been the batters that have managed to just temper their aggression. That's a top shot. Waited and waited, and in the end it kind of looked like he knew it was going to be a slow ball, and he just thumped it away for 4.
Yeah, it's just a really well-timed innings and partnership, this. You're right, you summed it up perfectly there, Paul. Just tempered their aggression. See, a lot of sides get themselves into trouble in these tournaments when they start thinking they've got to chase down 180 when they're chasing 130. You know, so the way that they've actually eliminated risk by making sure that the back end has got plenty of batting resources. When you look at the worm here, the run rate has always been around there and abouts. But the biggest thing is not many wickets in that wicket column. That gives you the security to be able to push the trigger at the back end. There it is there. Look, not many dots.
Yeah, gradual but consistent rise towards the target. So far, 114 for 2.
Business intuition. What if it could be engineered into every part of your business? Imagine if power grids could hear outages ahead of the storm. Health systems could see across the whole landscape. Airwaves could taste new speed limits. At Cognizant, we use technology to engineer businesses to do what others can't, anticipate expectations, and act instantly, as if on intuition.
Still, you've got to take the victory. And teams that have lost quite a lot get jittery just as the finishing line is in sight. Here's the equation, 29 from 18. For all money, you're saying you're going with that batting side. You've got a Rutherford, you've got Unmukt Chand, who's not just played well today, played well through the tournament. You know, what can go wrong? Surely. That is powered away. So strong.
Actually been really impressed with Chand. He's just had an opportunity to get himself into a position where he can win a game of cricket for his franchise, and that's what it's all about. Letting ego be parked for a while, get down to business, just sitting in that.
You'd go deaf, wouldn't you?
Not good.
Not at all, right into the ear.
Chun. Let's have a look at where he's scored. Boundaries. Ball sort of struck to the leg side or straight, but no sixes yet.
Oh, it'll go for 4. There's a fielder back there. And it seemed he just had to take a few strides to his right, but nope. Too powerful, Rutherford. And it's 2 4s in the over.
This is what happens when you've got wickets in hand, Tommy. You get an opportunity to just explore the upper ends of your game and scoring areas. And the other thing is it just puts enormous pressure on a bowling group, fielding group. Time when they need to respond and can't.
Knocked him off his feet. Decided he was reversing, switching. He actually got him on the pad there. Long way outside off.
Solid boot. Moving that trade as he speaks. He doesn't probably need that.
Just was angling the bat to try and get it past the keeper and away for 4 with third man up in the circle. Doesn't make any contact again. Watch here, just opens the face.
Thinking ahead, Pommy, for a moment. Still got a game on our hands here. 21 from 13 balls for sure, but thinking ahead. Back to it next over. 18 gone, 122 for 2.
13 अप्रैल को जलियांवाला बाग में जनरल डायर ने निहत्ते मासूम लोगों पर गोलियां बरसा दी। वो लोग आतंकवादी थे, उनके हाथ में हथियार थे। जलियांवाला बाग का सिर्फ एक ही सच है जो आज पूरी दुनिया जान ले।
Just lovely.
Pay attention, would you please?
It's about me. Yep, all ready. Getting ready to play. Next game, double trouble for you. Double the excitement. Orcas TSK, that's what's coming up. Here's Pollard. Oh, is it safe? Is it safe? Yep.
That's safe. I mentioned last over, thinking ahead. Well, I was thinking ahead to the next game. Orcas taking on Texas, and if they were watching closely here now, they would have had this as a good footprint to the way that they wanted to go about their game this evening from both teams. Knight Riders didn't lose wickets in the power play. New York, 3. So they're chasing the game from the get-go. So at best at that position on a slow wicket, you can't play your catch-up cricket like you can in other conditions. So you're going to be somewhere near par. And this is what I was saying. The strategy of this game is so important on wickets that don't favour batting groups. It's where the analysis part has to be right on the money.
Catches the shout, and the catch is taken. Once again, that man Pollard with his golden arm. It's a big wicket, that, because it's Rutherford who has such power, and it just opens the door for MI New York.
Squeaky, squeaky door. at the start of this competition. Both sides not having a great cognizant MLC, not having that confidence. And you mentioned it even just last over. It's not that easy to win. When your side's a little down, you got those doubts running around in your mind. And especially now their key player's gone for 29, it's 123 for 3.
तुम्हारे पास जो इज्जत और नौकरी है ना ही तुम्हारी काबिलियत से मिली और ना ही तुम्हारे बाप ने दिलाई।
इंडिया में तो ऐसे बहुत सारे केसेस हैं।
तब भी तुमने किसी को कुछ नहीं बताया इस बारे में।
तो क्या मैं भी तुम्हारी तरह पत्थर दिल हो जाऊं?
कोई गलती से मुंह मत खोल देना।
केरला पुलिस। मतलब ये वाकई चोर पुलिस की आंख मिचौली का खेल था।
$123 for 3. And in comes Andre Russell. And when we see all the players' statistics, which you'll look at, because it's a T20 game, you'll see strike rate. But here, there has to be a particular smartness to the way they go about it. Trying to hit the ball in the right areas. Got to know and understand that they don't have what are usual batting-friendly conditions. And so sometimes their power can work against them and their desire to power the ball over the ropes. Equation, 20 from 10. Yep, just a single. And every time the ball doesn't go off to the boundary, you're winning as the fielding side. Here's the wicket.
Yeah, it's a slow delivery on a slow wicket. It was almost like a slow-mo replay, that entire package. Nothing happened quickly there. Not even Rutherford's walk-off was that sharp.
Sexy. There's a fielder out there, he'll get just one. He'll take all the pace off.
Yeah, so now there's 2 balls where New York are winning. So that's the kind of mind games now that you've got. Do I have to play catch up? And it's never easy on a tricky wicket.
And the later the errors are, the more drastic the effect. Required rate now, 13.5. It's 18 from 8 balls. So at the back end of this over, they need at least 1 boundary. If they don't get a boundary, if they don't get a ball to go across the ropes, it makes it so difficult off the last.
What about if this is a wicket?
Oh, heaping misery upon misery.
6 and out, we're calling it. Is it 6 or is it out?
6, I think. Neither.
Yeah, but it was worth a go.
It was. It certainly was going for 6. And a clever delivery out wide, outside the arc, and could have easily popped up to those 3 behind square.
Talking of popping up, what about this run rate? Almost 15 now. So every ball that doesn't go for a boundary here, it just makes it so much more difficult. It feels like the game now is racing away from the Knight Riders after such a good start.
A top over. And Kieran Pollard, just the 5 and a huge wicket of Rutherford. 127 for 3, 16 from the last.
Young King of Centre Court retains the crown.
I'm not stopping now. I'm relentless. I hold all of the power, and this is why I wear the crown. I hold all of the power. I wear the crown.
Magic mirror on the wall.
The fairest is not you.
What did you say?
Did I frighten you?
Disney's Snow White.
Righto, 127 for 3. There are 16 runs to get off the final over. And retiring out is Unmuk Chand, 59 from 48. He played it well, actually, to be fair to him. And now with 16 required, they've decided they need the power. They've got no choice. They've got to try and whack it over the boundary. He doesn't look happy, does he?
Well, I don't know if he should be happy. I mean, power's great, but you've also got to have timing on a big oval on a slow wicket. At least we won't have to debate it very long as to how it's success or not. We've got 6 balls, Bobby, quick.
Yep. So effectively what we now have out there, and it's a situation as a bowling side you absolutely love if you're trying to defend a total, is 2 new batters. And so you're saying, right, let's see how you go at playing on this surface, having to make 16 off 6. And if you're Ehsan Adil, there's another whole situation, because he's not bowled the whole game. He's coming to bowl the final over, and he's been asked to defend 15. Right. Fine leg, third man up in the circle. Sweeper offside, long off. Deep mid-wicket, long on, and deep backward square. 1. 1 is a win if you're the bowler.
Yeah, but Chand could have done that.
Too true.
I bet he said that exact same thing from the dugout as well.
I bet he's still got his helmet and pads on still. Oh, here he goes. Yeah, they know he doesn't have his helmet on, but it's saying, hey. Yep.
I reckon he's got every right to be a bit upset. Honestly, he was striking the ball really nicely.
He was choosing the correct options, actually, and he paced it beautifully. And perhaps that was misinterpreted off the field. That'll be to the fielder. Another one. Oh, dear. Los Angeles Knight Riders. 14 from 4. Get busy with this strike rate. You got to bang one out the park now.
I'd love to have a look at Chung's face now. What is he thinking now? They needed that boundary, didn't they? Early doors in the over. He's glowing like a diesel engine before it starts. Look at him. He's plugged into this game nicely. 14 from 4 balls. He's done the majority of the batting. Now he's watching his team potentially crumble.
Struck, but not well enough to go to the ropes. Oh, my goodness.
It's got a crack upon him.
Need to bang them out the ground. You need wicket 1-1-1. It's like fizzling out.
And largely, this innings and almost this game has largely been just drifting along. Neither side really grabbing it, wanting it and trying to win it. Now, 3 balls all on the line.
Well, no boundary for 13 balls. So just at the time when you thought that they might start to try and whack it, they've not been able to. No, can't get it away. They'll be back for 2. They have to run. Oh, my goodness. When the tactics go wrong. And I reckon there are a few in the camp who just go, oh, well, we wish that just didn't even exist as an option, because then you wouldn't take it and you'd just carry on as per.
Very, very good over for a bloke that has not bowled. I tell you, this is a beauty. Not done yet, mind you. But to this point, brilliant.
This has to leave the field of play. In the air and just over. Can they keep it from going to the rope? No, it's gone for 4. Still alive, the Night Riders. Still alive. A 6 sends it into overtime, the super over. And we've got Dre Russ on strike.
Gee, that was important, that stayed in the field of play. Committed. There's only one option here for a batter. Only really one option for a bowler, either execute perfectly the Yorker or be met.
Yorker wide is what he ought to be looking for. Nope, he's gone dead straight and absolutely nailed it. Esen Adil called upon with 16 for the Night Riders to get. And the 2 West Indians, Russell and Holder, after the retirement of Unmukt Chand, was on 59, and he has nailed it. 9 they managed to get, and they're short. And so, MI New York, who've come second in many that have been close this season, get over the line. They win here over the West Coast by 6 runs.
They've been fair income pickpocketed here. Been stay on the railway line, and they have not protected the back of their pockets because it's a stolen win for sure. It was looking like Night Riders were all over this. Mukchand was brilliant. He was orchestrating victory and then was removed from the field of play to watch his team as not being able to clinch victory. Unbelievable. That was a great little passage of play. Those last 6 balls were curious as heck to see what was going on. They managed just 9 off and over from Adil, who hadn't bowled, coming in off the bench and just being able to deliver with perfection every delivery.
Yep, he's crestfallen because he's there saying, do you know what? I could have done that. I deserve to go at that because we kind of held and held so that at the back end we could do that. The fact that at the other end it didn't quite work, it wasn't my fault. And as they shake hands and make their way off the park, the other 2 teams who are playing in this doubleheader make their way onto the park. This is the final ball. What a knot to finish. The expectation, I reckon, from Russell is that it'll be wide. Hazopia as well going, you've got to be wide and out of the arc, and instead just ducks back in and he absolutely nails the Yorker. Yeah, well done, Esen Adil. Well done, MI New York. Ecstasy in one, absolute despair in the other dugout.
Yeah, tournament home versus potentially here we come for Dallas. Something that we were speculating at the start of this day. On Super Saturday, we have the trending MI New York continuing their punishment over the Night Riders. An unbelievable scenes here in the last couple of overs. A game that was largely drifting along from both sides. Well, it climaxed magnificently. A real perfect curtain raiser for this evening's match.
Yep, MI New York win a close one here by just 6 runs. Downstairs now to Aman Patel.
Here with Jason Holder. First off, tough luck today. I want to take you back to the bowling innings. When you had them for 142, even with the Pollard 50, you would have felt in a good position there.
Yeah, excellent job by the bowlers. I thought the bowlers did a hell of a job. To restrict them to 142 was, a manageable total, I felt. I just didn't think we batted well enough.
And then with the bat, down to the final over, the retirement of Unmukt Chand, where did that come from and who kind of clustered that decision?
Yeah, we obviously needed to get ahead. We were way behind. On this pitch, it's a tough pitch to start on, and I think and what was struggling at the end of his innings, struggling to find the boundary, struggling to find a little bit of momentum. So we felt at that stage, just to try, to get one of our headers in for the last over to try to get the ball over the rounder.
And obviously now out of playoff contention, just reflect on the group and as the season as a whole.
Yeah, tough season. It's been a tough season for us. We've put ourselves in some really good positions, but haven't been quite able to get across the line. I think we've just got to take ownership as players. We've got to accept responsibility and, look for ways to improve coming back next year. But, as I said before, I think we've got a lot of positive things to look back on, but we also do have a lot of work to do.
Thank you so much for your time, Jason.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, there'll be some conversations about that. He probably will have to rein himself in somewhat in that changing. Played, as I say, just thought he timed it beautifully. He lost his partner, Rutherford, at the wrong time. In fact, you can go back to losing Hales because that was also at a bad time. It just seemed they'd got control, got a boundary away, and they could just keep moving along and feeding that scoreboard. But he was retired out, and that retirement meant that it was up to Russell and Holden, new at the crease on a slow pitch to try and hit boundaries. They couldn't. 136 for 4 is all they managed, and it was short.
My New York, they needed to have a good game at the ball and did. The only exception was that Trent Boult really couldn't get those wickets early up. They managed to retain lots of batting resources to the death. But it didn't work in the end for them. It's the 1 wicket for Kenjigay and Kyron Pollard, who's had the match of matches right at the death here to get his side over the line with bat and ball both. So a terrific win for New York. 6 runs. They're small margins, folks, but they're enough. Chasing 142, and the Knight Riders couldn't get over the line.
So this is what it means then in terms of the points. Look, second to the end on the right hand side there, 6 for MI New York, and their net run rate minus 0.399 is better than that of the Orcas, who are minus 1.766. Yep, we'll see how that goes, or who gets that final qualifying spot. The Knight Riders are out of the playoffs. The 3rd season in a row have failed to finish in the top 4. The lowest defended score, this one, of this season. There, look at this chase, and wicket slip, mix-up, uncertainty, hesitation, and the Spiceman was gone, and he's played decently and given them good starts in the tournament, and so it was a big miss to have him gone. Then Unmuk Chand, he played beautifully, just looked to bide his time, not looking for sixes, difficult to whack the ball on here, and in partnership with Alex Hales, they went all right. That boundary you saw before this dismissal was a couple of balls before, but it seemed it didn't settle him enough, and so he looked for another and went off. Then there was this partnership paid off, and it looked like it was taking them home.
Yeah, it sure did. The first one with Hales was a partnership of 57, and then with Rutherford 55. With a small run chase, you'd expect every time that this would be a winning effort for the Knight Riders. Well, Kyron Pollard had something else to say about it. This was a moment of significance, that right there. The retirement of Chand to get the power hitting of Holder and Dre Russ. And neither were able to do so because of an unbelievable effort from Adil coming in and bowling the only over that he did. He just went for 9 in that final over. Last ball. Up and away it wasn't, but it did get a boundary. It put them in a position where they could hit a 6 to get a super over. But what an over this was. Phenomenal. In a moment of time when he needed to lift for his team, he was able to.
Yep, and they erupted after that. In the last 3 overs, the Knight Riders needed 29 to win. with 8 wickets in hand. They couldn't get there. They faltered once again. 142 for 9. And the Night Riders 136 for 4. MI New York by 6 runs. Off to the toss then for game number 2. Nikolatam Chandani is out there.
Right, time for the decision then. Alongside me, we start with the Orcas. We've got Pani Chitneni, Vice President UST. Sikandar Raza is captain of the Orcas. Faf du Plessis, captain of the Texas Super Kings. Avinash Sridharan, TSK rep. And Mr. Toffel, Simon Toffel, is our neutral match referee. He's got the coin, Sikandar.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a distant throw. It's a tails, so Faf has lost another toss. Sikandar, you've won the toss. What will you be doing and why?
Yeah, we're going to have a ball first. I know it looks like the team chasing won the game, but I still think if you look at the track record of these wickets as well, it's quite tough to bat in the first 6 to 8 overs as well. So yeah, we're going to try and use those first 8 to 10 overs to our advantage and see where we go from there.
The 82 all out last night, how much or little attention have you paid on that?
We've forgotten about it, to be honest. When you're playing back-to-back games as well, it's best to try and get rid of all those emotions and all those bad games as quickly as possible. This is a fresh game, a do-and-die game for us, and we're trying to put our best foot forward and see where it takes us.
What about your team today?
Yeah, we got 3 changes. Davy, Gannon, and Beyond for 10 comes in.
All right, go well.
Thank you very much.
Let's get Faf in. Thought you had found the secret. Anyways, had you won the toss?
Yeah, same thing.
Okay, now tell me about how you're going to set up this innings, given the trials that we've seen teams batting first half.
Look, just looking at that one game, I think it looks slightly a little bit better than the other surface that we played on the other day, but we still have to assess. Obviously, the scoring rate is not as high as the venue that we played at Dallas. So just have to do the basics really well when you're batting first, making sure that 1 or 2 guys occupy the crease, and then you do your damage in the last 5-6 overs.
Any lessons from that nail biter yesterday?
I thought we were really good for most of the game. I think just being clinical is the only thing we didn't do. We got ourselves into a position where we should have won the game and didn't. And then, that's just about being clinical and absolutely ruthless. So hopefully we can do that tonight.
Changes?
Yes, Adam Mill comes in for Nando Berger and Zia comes in for Mo.
Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you.
Right, from the middle then, the Seattle Orcas have won the toss. Sikandar Raza and his team will be bowling first. Right, stay with us because after the break, we'll have the captains from game number 1.
I'll do my best. This one is yours. The world is on the brink of war. Work with me, Sam. Help me rebuild the Avengers. Captain America. You don't even know what this is.
So how's your life been, Brazado?
Opening a restaurant.
It's gonna take 6 months to open. That's being what?
Confident?
Cocky. Crazy.
Take us there, Bear. Yes, chef.
What's going on tonight? Have you been here before?
सच के बेस पर ही तो हमारा रिश्ता टिका हुआ है।
तरु, तुम्हें कुछ दिखाना है।
तरु मान जाओ प्लीज। मुझे फंसा के मुझ पर झूठा आरोप लगाया जा रहा है।
आप भले ही अभी भी उनसे प्यार करती हो माँ, आपको पता है उनकी वजह से मुझे कितनी शर्म आती है।
मुझे तुम्हारी जरूरत, प्लीज मेरा साथ मत छोड़ना।
सेंटर कोर्ट पे
कांटे की टक्कर।
दुनिया का सबसे प्रेस्टिजियस ग्रैंड स्लैम। ये शानदार है। All time greats, avid tennis player.
Wimbledon, Jio Hotstar of Star Sports Network पर।
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the post-match presentation for the 27th match of Cognizant Major League Cricket 2025. And the Broward County Stadium, we would like to thank obviously our sponsors. First of all, thank you to the Broward County Stadium, the City of Lauderhill, along with the central partners, Cognizant, Stake, Lexus, Remitly, Willow by CrickBuzz, Royal and NTT Data for their support of the season. Now, first of all, I'd like to invite Kyron Pollard to accept the Power Hitter Award for the longest six, 315 feet it went, and he accepts his award from Wendy Lake, International Promotion Specialist, Visit Trinidad.
Big KP. He is powerful. That went a long way. Knew straight away, don't need to run for those. 315 feet. And he just finished with a flourish. Wanted to go on, but in the end, it proved to be enough.
And now I'd like to invite Eshan Adil to accept the Play of the Day award. And he's going to accept his award from MI New York superfan, Surya Khan.
Oh, lovely. Absolutely love that. What a time to come into the game. You think you're getting the Thanks for Coming award because you've been in the park and nothing's happened, haven't been called on. And he had to defend 16. Wicket. 1, 1, 1, 2, 4, dot. And sealed the deal. Fantastic from Ehsan Adil.
And the last of our awards today is the Most Valuable Player Award, and it goes to Kyron Pollard, who will accept his award from Sasha Valabaneni, who's member of the USA Under-19 Women's Cricket Team. 50 off 36 today, Kyron, plus a wicket as well in a couple of overs. Let's start off with the batting. What was your thoughts when you first went into bat?
What a good wicket this is. No, obviously we were under some pressure. We've lost a couple of wickets. We've lost our captain. The guys who have been scoring runs for us top of innings. So for me personally, it was just a matter of digging deep and trying to see how much of runs that we can actually put on the board to give our bowlers something to defend.
Half century number 63 in T20s for you. How much did experience play in that innings?
A hell of a lot. 703 games, as well. Coaching, as well. And something I've been, sort of talking to some of the guys, they asked me in terms of how do I come out and consistently try to do it. And I think, coaching has also helped me a lot because it's something that you try to ingrain in the heads, of the guys that you speak to. And then when you get the opportunity to go on the cricket field, you have to try to emulate what you say to ensure that, it's working. So again, it has helped me, especially in the back end, of my career. And I'm just trying to continue to pass on that knowledge and an experience to the guys in the dressing room.
And then with the ball, the tactics for you specifically when you were given the ball?
Yeah, obviously the 19th over, I just looked at it as whatever can happen at this point in time. But, before that, I've been bowling some important overs, for the team. And it's just a matter of trying to use the dimensions of the ground, use the surfaces, and understanding what the batsman is going to do. So trying to now think like a batsman whilst, I'm bowling. So a little bit of thought, goes into it. As I've always said, over a period of time, I don't have pace, I don't have bounce, I don't have seam, I don't have swing. But I've played enough cricket just to see if I can put the ball in the right area.
Well, you've definitely got something that's working. Congratulations for today.
Thank you. And just finally to the Caribbean people who came out and support us the last couple of days, one more day to go. Keep supporting us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's Kyron Pollard. He's accepting the Most Valuable Player Award for today. Now, I'd like to invite the victorious captain, Nicholas Pooran, to join us for a chat. Nicholas, first of all, congratulations. A tight win. I know there's been some games that have been a little bit tight for MI this time, this season. This time around on the right side of the result.
Yeah, first of all, I'm going to choose that sort of praise and thanks. It's good to be on the other side today. We had a couple tough losses, but I'm really happy we could get over the line today.
In terms of looking at the side going into the game, how much pressure were you feeling knowing it was almost a must-win game?
We knew coming here to Miami, every game is a must-win game for us. But we keep speaking about belief in the team, just trying to be better each and every day. At this point in the tournament, we've lost some players, and it has been challenging for us. So all we're trying to do is just to have some fun, embrace the moment, and if it's your day, try to take it.
Something about this franchise, isn't it, in these sort of tournaments where the must-win games, you very often come out on the right side of it. Does history play a part at all?
I mean, I always tell people you need to be a part of the franchise to actually understand. We want to win every game, we want to win every tournament, and we have that belief, regardless if we're at the bottom of the table or the top of the table, we feel like we have a chance of winning the tournament. And even coming into today's game, we lost the toss. Everybody wants to bat second. We just felt like, if we get something past score, we could win the game. When I got out there, I felt like 150 was good enough, and I was telling Steph that if we get 150, we'll win the game. We fell short of it, but the way the guys went out and Nosh with that run out, tight bowling from George in the power play, bold tee was exceptional, and we just continue to believe. We felt like this KKR franchise here, we know they were under some pressure as well with their batting as well. And we felt like once we could stay in the game, anything is possible.
Well, congratulations. You're obviously still alive in the competition. Good luck for your next game.
Thank you.
And that is our victorious captain, Nicholas Pooran, and that's it from the post-match presentation.
Yep, Nicky P. We'll be happy to be on the right side of that. They've been on the wrong side of close ones through the season. And they also feel it's at the right time, because as we look at that table, the fourth spot is being sorted out. Still in the process. We must wait a little longer to find out who our fourth qualifier will be. Righto. Double the action. We told you it's the weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We've got a triple double header. And this is the middle one. Orcas taking on the Super Kings. Yep, you've got fabulous stars on show. And they'll be looking to light it up in just a little bit. Hope you're ready. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back to Lauderhill, Florida. We are at the Broward County Stadium. It's the Washington Freedom, qualified for the playoffs, up against the Seattle Orcas in fourth and hoping to keep it that way. Right from the middle then, the news. Glenn Maxwell's won the toss. The Freedom will be bowling first. One change for Sikandar Azza's men. Ayan Desai is out. Jesse Singh in for the Freedom. They have remained unchanged. It's been the way that Maxwell has liked to play this season.
Shehan Jahangir has been ever present for those 3 games. Stephen Taylor did not have his best night, but he knows this ground, having spent so much of his life down in Florida, very, very well. And then Sarah Netravalkar, who has the new ball in his hand. An immediate aggression. Now long on runs back, catching opportunity, and got him right off the bat. Glenn Phillips, one of the best fielders in the world, had to make good ground with his feet. He did that, and then he held on. Netravalkar strikes early.
Well, if you were watching a little earlier, and keeps a hold of it as he flops backwards. Yeah, top stuff. A wicket for Netravalkar, a wicket for the Freedom. The Orcas, none for one.
Aaron Jones walks out to the crease much earlier than he would have liked. Lovely shot off the back foot into the offside. Is the outfield quick enough? Just about.
Big shout, he's getting some turn. Oh, hold on, hold on. It took an age. He let him clear his throat first and then said, okay, I'll decide. That's out.
Pitching outside off, impacts in line. And wickets is umpire's call. You can stay with the original decision of out.
Good enough. Umpire's call will go with the decision that was given initially.
And Jones is gone for 5, LBW. Umpire Lindo got it spot on. It's 6 for 2.
Sikandar Azza, new skipper for the Orcas, comes in at number 4. He's batted in a variety of positions this year.
Nicely done. Raza.
Worked into the leg side, shorter side, gonna be 4. And this goes straight up. I think it might be the sub-fielder who calls them off. It is Matthew Ford who takes the catch. You have to question the shot from Sikandar Raza. He just got a boundary, looked for another one, and it just went straight up, the simplest of catches.
Curb your enthusiasm. You must. Well, the skipper's gone. 8 for him, 15 for his side, and they're 3 down.
Here comes a man who is desperately in need of a few runs. Heinrich Klaassen, such a quality player. This goes in the air. Does it carry? Ravindra says yes, it does. Taylor doesn't like it. Well, the Orcas may well have lost their 4th.
Okay, got fingers on the ball here. Fingers are under the ball. Fingers are under the ball. Yeah, fingers are under the ball. Satisfied. Get the decision for the big screen.
The TV umpire, the specialist that we have up there, Paul Blocker-Wilson. The explanation that he gave, very clear. And no arguments at all from Stephen Taylor. Rachin Ravindra immediately said that he'd got his fingers underneath it. Made good ground to it. And you can see that's probably the best angle to demonstrate it. The Orcas are in a world of trouble here early. Maxwell has his 2nd. It's Taylor that walks back for 1. 15 for 4. It's Kyle Mayers, who we heard from in the pre-game feature. Comes in down at number 6.
Top edge again. This innings is in tatters. The Orcas have been so good chasing, but tonight they need to set, and they are battling.
Without the risk of repeating myself again, I think this is also a case of just slowish wicket, and where you're tugging across the line of the ball, you have to be careful. The Mayer's gone for 1, and it's a slumping Orcas to 19 for 5.
The hero for the Orcas in the last 3 games. He has been brilliant with the bat, but it's a completely different situation. Oh, it's quite a high full toss. A little look at the square leg umpire. Nicely done. He loves facing spin, does Heinrich Klaassen. He hits it so clean, and that is one of his areas.
Nicked and gone. Huge wicket. Edwards into the attack, gets the breakthrough. They're 6 down inside 9 overs.
Yeah, that is a huge wicket. We just saw what Shimron Hetmeyer has been able to do with the bat in hand. Very important wicket for Washington Freedom. Hetmeyer, he goes for single digits, 5. It's 41 for 6.
Harmeet Singh to the middle a lot earlier than he would have expected.
Well, he might be rooting for a 6. Guys, brilliant shot there.
Got him. Might have stayed a little bit low, but again, Edwards around the wicket, targeting the stumps, and has worked a treat.
Surface where there's been variable bounce. He's the type of man you want. Tall, heavy length, heavy delivery. Harmeet Singh. The fight has come to an end. Gone for 755 for 7. Gerald Coetzee, I know, a couple of games before he heads off to international duty.
It's really, really full. That's nicely done by Maxwell.
Fielding's been good here from Freedom. To the inside. Look at that one-hander. Well done, Skip.
Ravindra gets through. Coetzee loses his patience. And a big old swing brings wicket number 8.
8th one goes down because Happiness is a little left-arm drifter. Pace is just divine. And the release on the cricket ball there, you could see it going down the pitch. Big smiles. Captain's happy. Bye-bye, Gerald Coetzee for just 2. And it's now 60 for 8.
Now, Jesse Singh, that'll be his job as well. Oh dear, he's gone across his stumps. No control in the shot. This will take some catching. Not this time around. It was just not able to get there.
Yeah, because I think also Maxwell was just a little too deep. You think the guy coming in is going to be easy, but because he sliced it perfectly into no man's land. Yeah, man with the long arms, not even he could have got there.
Trafalgar gets 3. Jesse Singh cannot believe he's pushed this straight to Phillips. Certainly one of the best fielders for Washington Freedom, maybe one of the best in the league.
And Jesse Singh's going to have to slink on off for an early shower indeed at 74 for 9.
Waka Salamhale. Now, you've got 2 balls to survive.
Up in the air, talking of which, got none of it. Maxwell usually safe, and no, we've seen drop catches go down galore here under the night sky.
But it's the depth perception. You don't want the ball hitting your hand. See that? No, it's not a chance. Thought it might be. Gone at it again. I don't know if he has all of that. He doesn't. This time Maxwell takes it, and have a look at that reaction. It tells you absolutely everything.
It's like he's talking to the ball. Why did you elude me so much before and now reward me here? And I tell you what, he never really got that cleanly in his hand either. Clean enough though. And that's the close of the innings. Just 82 runs. Larson gone for 48.
Glenn Maxwell. It's the 3rd lowest total in Cognizant MLC history, and the 2nd time this season that the Orcas have been bowled out for less than 100. 82 all out. Yeah, that was game 1. That's the target. 83. Washington Freedom will feel and should feel.
Mitchell Owens having an excellent season. He'll open the batting yet again and get the support to the left-handed dynamic Rachin Ravindra.
Bit of pressure on the bowling unit to now get it right.
Movement away immediately, but that's not the helping hand from the keeper that was wanted. But Jesse Singh does well with glorious strokes like that. Whipped off his legs and whipped away for 4 more. Going to be 11 from the first over. Freedom off to a good start. Gets the length he wants this time. A slight drag down from Harmeet. Power sweep and swept away to the shorter side for 4. Good stroke. It's a free hit. Pumped and pumped a long way. Flies over the rope. Got him. Sharp turn. And Sikandar Raza celebrates somewhat meekly. Cannons into leg stump. Owen, who struggle against the spin of Harmeet Singh, falls to Sikandar Raza.
He departs, Mitch Owen for 6. Freedom at 29 for 1.
We're going to see Mukhtar Ahmed come out to the crease, 32 years of age. Put down. Well, a tough day for the Orcas, just gets worse and worse as Aaron Jones grasses what you'd have to say is a reasonably regulation catch. It went quickly to him and it bursts in and out. Clipped and clipped a long way.
Oh, yes, it.
Well, you'll take it. Runs are runs, and Mukhtar Ahmed picks up 4 of them.
Yep, likes pace on the ball. Decides I'm going to go for it. He's bowled it quickly. 92 miles an hour, that is, from Gerald Coetzee. And he's not so happy with how that goes for 4. And have a look. Just look at the eyes. No words necessary.
That time more convincing, and that time all the way. 6 more for Mukhtar Ahmed. This time it's Ravindra with a little bit of touch to pick up 4 runs.
Natalie says 2 shots. This one's gone to the moon. Who wants it? Taken. Captain Sikandar Raza, yeah. He's got under that one and held that one. It's a shame. For the Freedom, he was going so nicely, Ravindra.
No doubt the word would have been, well, obviously this game is 100% secure, but get on with things, push it along. Let's get our net run rate into a better position. No wicket to start the over. It is 71 for 2.
Mr. House, keep it better. Oh, fetch this! Fat it again! And as easy as you like. Finishes it in style as House says, there you go, Gerald, that's just for you. So 9.2 overs, done and dusted. The Washington Freedom win by 8 wickets.
They should be very, very happy. The red, white and blue of Washington Freedom on Independence Day are the ones that take away the points. 86 is where they finish, and in the 10th over as well. Doesn't matter about the wickets column. Run rate is about runs and overs. And they've got plenty overs to spare. It's a huge win for our current champions.
It is a special day in the United States of America. Happy independence to this vast nation. What a way to celebrate with Cognizant MLC.
We are now focused on a top of the table clash. It is Texas Super Kings taking on the San Francisco Unicorns. So that's the news from the toss. TSK has finally won one of them, and they're going to bowl first.
Now for the Unicorns, they've got their lifeline back. Harris Ralph is back in the team, 17 wickets this season. What about the Texas Super Kings, who've got their captain back?
Yeah, that's the key thing, Michael. They've got Faf du Plessis back.
Matthew Short, 31 matches, over 3,000 runs and a decent strike rate. Finn Allen, who has set us alight at the start of the tournament, and then has...
Akil Hussain added to the squad for TSK after Mitch Marsh became unavailable. The turn straight away, definitely a little bit of turn there already for Akil Hussain. Trying something a bit different, and this has gone nowhere near where he intended it to go. He was trying to ramp this over his left shoulder. It's gone in a completely different direction.
And Allen, gone for 1, and it's 4 for 1. Fraser McGurk will be hoping so. He's had a really good strike rate against spin in this tournament, so good matchup here now with Hussain.
Oh, what a beauty! It's his 200th wicket in T20 cricket. He's probably never bowled a better one than this. Unplayable for Fraser McGurk.
Out for 3, and now the Unicorns are 16 for 2.
West Coast produced players, the youngster Sanjay Krishnamurthy to step up. Oh, another! Stoinis gets one to jag away off the surface. Fans nailing it in the crowd. Stoinis nails that one, the top of off is rocked back 3 down.
Sanjay, see you later for just 2, and the Unicorns are now 3 down for 19.
Hassan Khan going to come up the order at number 5. And will this get to the rope? It will. The first boundary. We've got to wait till the final ball of the power play. Fielder is just going to watch it over his head. Shorter side, good stroke. A change of gears from the Unicorns, the first maximum.
Supreme placement. First ball of the over. That's a statement against one of the world's best. Badly misses his length, and that is his first boundary in 34 deliveries. A gift. Again, there's the orthodox delivery. Short, maybe just finding some rhythm. Again, there's the orthodox delivery. Short, maybe just finding some rhythm since the start of the last over.
About, I don't know, 1,000 miles away, and we're here for the Unicorns.
All right, well, there you go. Well, since you guys are here for the Unicorns.
Just over Marcus Stoinis.
Shorter side, straight to the man. Well, it's a tame end to a fine innings. probably 5-7 yards off the rope, and Watson can't quite believe what Hassan Khan has done.
Hassan Khan, but he's got to go. 88 for 4.
Think about the big hitters we have in this competition. Donovan Ferreira, will see him in the second innings. His bat speed very much rivaled by this man. Noor Ahmed is back and he's been taken on. They continue to target the two wrist spinners in a big way. 50 for Matt Short. 5 in 6 innings, remarkable consistency. The captaincy thrust upon him due to that injury to Corey Anderson. It's been definitely the slowest of the season for him, but a very important innings.
Bill is saying away. He's found a way through a good, solid temperament.
Well, that's going to help. The wrong line entirely, too much angle.
Big shot. That's nicely done. Off the edge. Yeah, we'll struggle to catch up with that. It'll go for 4.
Gone. Just the tickle. And that's all that was needed. But Matt Short is actually speaking to Romario Shepherd, asking him, did you hit it?
There you go. Big edge. And the dangerous Romario Shepherd is gone for 13. It's 125 for 5. Yes, Ahmad Azam. Nicely done. A deflection using the pace, and away it goes for 4. That's scythed away, and away it'll go for 4. Caught up with that. Off the bat and away for 4. Shot. Oh, not long enough. Whoopsie. Oh, dear. No. No, no, no. Andre Berger has put it down. It was straight to him.
Put the hands straight up. This was nicely timed. You can understand, good shot, but a lot bigger boundaries. And Andre Berger was there. You're right, didn't have to move. He was still moving at the point, so did not get into position right. And the ball just dipped enough, and Stoinis is like, are you kidding?
Last delivery. Gone for it, but no power. Hasn't struck it well enough at all. And this one is taken by Donovan Ferreira. The vigil comes to an end for Matt Short off the very last ball of the innings. 63 balls he's faced, and look at him as he walks off panting and seemingly gasping for breath. 11
runs coming off that over. Matt Short finishing with 80 off 63 out in the last delivery. And the San Francisco Unicorns, having been in a tricky position during the power play, have fought their way to 148 for 6. With Matt Short, their skipper, leading the way with his 4th half century of the tournament. And Hassan Khan as well, coming back in form with runs.
40 off 25, important.
Faf du Plessis, the season he has had with the bat. A couple of hundreds, a half century as well. And finally winning a toss today as well. So we're very happy with that. And for the last few games, it's leaving out that one game where Faf du Plessis didn't play, but Faf has been opening with Smit Patel. There's a man who's been in very good form with the ball. The money on target. This time around, he takes full advantage of the fuller ball. 6 without loss. Dropped! Faf du Plessis has been dropped at slip. Matt Short, who after his innings really looked exhausted. And I just wonder how much of that has played a part. Gone. Bartlett makes no mistake this time around, and Brody Couch can finally celebrate another wicket in season 3 of Cognizant MLC.
Oh, Faf. with just a single. And the Super Kings lose their first at 8.
Malo walks to the crease. Maybe not quite to the length he was wanting to bowl, overcompensating after the previous one. It's 15 for 1. Extra bit of pace, bounce as well. He's having a wonderful day today, Brody Couch. That's 2.
Yeah, full stretch and off the ground, Finn Allen. Smith Patel, 8 off a dozen, 15 for 2.
Stoinis walks to the crease now. That sounded so good off the bat.
Stoinis knew he had to get going, and that might have gone all the way to the rope on the full.
Oh, catch it. Chance and gone. And Gore has another. Picked up his maiden MLC wicket, having had to wait and wait. And that's a big, big wicket. It's that of Marcus Stoinis.
The Super Kings now 43 for 3.
Now, here's a man who's having a very, very good season. 174 runs. He's only been dismissed once. Good stroke. That'll help. Help train the corner and help there for 4.
Oh, yes, there's that flight, slowed it down. Beautifully bowled from Hassan Khan. And Mukamala, yeah, vigil is over.
This is the wicket that they wanted. He has been going quite well. Not this time around for Mukamala. Makes 34, 79 for 4.
Diamond Ferreira, who boshed it the other night in that 5-over game. Needed this desperately. Up, and big. Really good here, Ferreira. Can he find his mojo from the other night?
As a fielder there, he won't get to it. It's in the gap. It's off the bottom of the bat, but it'll count. He's gone at that. Oh, just out of reach. Bang! Out of there. Oh, it's collected the pylon on its way, I think. Flat batted fielder takes the catch. There's the lifeline. Hassan Khan making no mistake, and suddenly the Unicorns believe again.
Yep, that was the one. They needed exactly that. And also exactly this time, it's 134 for 5. Alvin Savage, he can go hard as well. Don't worry about that, folks. He takes one big ball here.
Oh, another one. Another one up in the air, taken.
A little wobble. Scoreboard pressure now starting to tick in. 14 from 7. In normal circumstances, could be a breeze, but at the moment, runs are a premium. 35 for 6. Anjali gone for 28.
Mohammad Mohsin. That's up, and away. Sufficiently away. It might well be 4. What an effort. Off the edge, and it's gone for 4. Oh, agonizing. Oh, Shank is not going to get back. He's not going to get back. They'll defend it. The Unicorns. Oh, happiness for them. It just seemed inadequate. 148. But for the first time this season, 150 or less than has been defended. So close. and TSK will feel they should have got over the line.
The first time in the competition they had an opportunity to chase and they got very, very close. It was the Unicorns winning by 1 run. Donovan Ferreira yet again good with the bat, making 39 from 20. Mukamala's 34 from 29 was handy as well. Just not quite enough.
In the end though, the Unicorns win by 1 run. 148 they were set and they fell short.
Welcome back to Lauderhill, Florida. We are at the Broward County Stadium. It's the Washington Freedom qualified for the playoffs, up against the Seattle Orcas in 4th and hoping to keep it that way. Right from the middle then, the news. Glenn Maxwell's won the toss. The Freedom will be bowling first. One change for Sikandar Raza's men. Ayan Desai is out. Jesse Singh in for the Freedom. They have remained unchanged. It's been the way that Maxwell has liked to play this season.
Shehan Jahangir has been ever present for those 3 games. Stephen Taylor did not have his best night, but he knows this ground, having spent so much of his life down in Florida, very, very well. And then Sarav Netravalkar, who has the new ball in his hand. An immediate aggression. Now long on runs back, catching opportunity, and got him right off the bat. Glenn Phillips, one of the best fielders in the world, had to make good ground with his feet. He did that, and then he held on. Netravalkar strikes early.
Well, if you were watching a little earlier, and keeps a hold of it as he flops backwards. Yeah, top stuff. A wicket for Netravalkar, a wicket for the Freedom. The Orcas, none for 1.
Aaron Jones walks out to the crease much earlier than he would have liked. Lovely shot off the back foot into the offside. Is the outfield quick enough? Just about.
Big shout, he's getting some turn. Oh, hold on, hold on. It took an age. He let him clear his throat first and then said, okay, I'll decide. That's out.
Pitching outside off, impacts in line. And wickets is umpire's call. You can stay with the original decision of out.
Good enough. Umpire's call will go with the decision that was given initially.
And Jones is gone for 5, LBW. Umpire Lindo got it spot on. It's 6 for 2.
Sikandar Raza, new skipper for the Orcas, comes in at number 4. He's batted in a variety of positions this year.
Nicely done. Raza